Ice doing? Oh, what the frack? The hell? How did you even get on the hood? Do you see how high up this hood is? Or is it? Yeah, there it is. Oh, so that's why we got 30s. Okay, you know what? It is my way. I swear to God, if you... I'll punch you right in your puppy hair. I swear you're doing it on purpose. Oops. I think I ran over their house.
I'd know the sound of that truck anywhere.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Who are we fighting at this point? Other than ourselves, like what the crap are they shooting at? Well, I know Trinity's here, but just doing whatever. Oh god, it is the Deathless ones. I wasn't sure. Look at him just shimmying up there in full armor. These dudes can climb.
Oh shit! Gotta move!
I didn't notice the ice at first. There's different types of ice, so sometimes it looks like the regular ice, which you can't use, so I wasn't sure. That was my fault. Like that ice you see going down looks the same as that to me. That's how a lot of the ice looks, so you can't actually jump it all. Like you can't use it, I should say. What are they doing? They're just sitting there T-pose. Okay, that's why. They were gonna die. Nope. No. No. Oh. Yeah, it's just weird. Yeah, the T-posing. I was just waiting for a big old rock to hit me. No! God dang, get up there! Get up there! Okay, I guess that counts as being up there. No, why would you do that? Oh my god, I'm pressing up! God, she's so frustrating! Oh my god, the climbing! Ugh. Like, they could have taken a number from Assassin's Creed 2. At least that had good climbing mechanics like that. Oh, I said, what have you been playing lately?
Satan lover!
Nah, I don't love Satan. I love Lucifer.
Target spot.
You seen that man? He's gorgeous. I would do some dirty things to that man. Anyone watch Lucifer? Just saying. Oh, I have been here. Okay, I thought this looked familiar. GG game. Oh, I never even thought to look over there. Piece of crap. Wolverine skins. Jeez.
Change your position.
I love this game when things get dinky like that. Dude, this person was prepped. Skyrim. Oh, you started Skyrim. Ooh. Yeah, it feels like almost a year since I really hung out with anybody.
Can't do anything from here.
So yeah. Oop. Did you one-tap her? Oh my god, I think you did. Damn.
I'm moving. Gonna get a better view.
They die? I don't think it died. Oh wait. There you are. It only gives you an X on the map so you know where something died so you know to loot it. Oh yeah, I guess there it is. Okay. Oh god, wrong button. Where's my guns? Nope. You know what, yeah. Let's pick this up someone's butt. Woo! All hopped up on Mountain Dew. Hey, how did the... Ow, my face. How's that feel? Yeah, it doesn't feel too good, does it? I keep forgetting there's actual ladders and stuff in this game. You know what? That's something badass.
Tracking the convoy north.
Solid copy. Stay on them. We're heading your way.
Gaz, Nick, my spotters are reporting an AQ roadblock ahead.
This little MRAP kind of rocks.
Might have to them through.
Crash it. Kill as many as you can.
Shock and awe.
Oh fuck! What the fuck? This stuff's so broken. Wait, what? No. God damn it.
Stay on them.
Oh, why?
Nick, my spotters are reporting an AQ roadblock ahead.
Affirm.
Later. I should have kept the heavy stuff just to unlock all that. I didn't realize those were timed. Let's see if I can get them to reproc.
Warning, fly.
Hey Toiger, you know me. I'm a whore for XP, lore, and accents. Whore for lore. Oh yeah.
Sentry mode activated.
Okay. What? You mean kill this bunny gives me 1 XP? Fine, then I'll kill 5 bunnies.
Clones are firing on the transport.
Oh, let me see if I can jump in with this guy. Hey, you.
Sentry guns online.
Wait, how do I feel like this would crush you. Running!
Direct hit to the MCP.
Oh, that's sweet. So if you get the golden one, that means that you can shoot while it cools down. That's pretty freaking nifty. It's actually more of an incentive to actually let your mag run out than just reload every 3 seconds.
Sentry guns online.
I'm stuck in the ground. I have a turret. Oh, turret down.
Fire detected.
Bleh.
Transport hit.
Target lost. Alright, see you when you get back, Thor.
Roger, roger.
They were saying a lot of this stuff was actually going to carry over on
I know.
the deathless ones. That sounds so
Here.
freaking metal.
Take the.
How's everyone doing? We're going to be doing some more Forspoken today. There's something else I was going to say. Oh, yeah, we're going to go over to the Be Right Back screen because I think I figured out how to fix the audio issue I was having yesterday, and I forgot to do it earlier. But, so, there's something else I was going to do. Anyways, just stick to what we're doing. Alright, let me pause the video so it's not going to be all loud and stuff. Alright. So this is how to do it for y'all. It's actually wait, let me go back to the other one. Let me double check what it was. Intro. No. That's the intro. Yeah, so that still exists right now. Audio properties. Monitor off, but I have selected by the one. Okay. Back to Be Right Back.
Animals for loot.
Pause that. Advanced audio. Play it on track 1. Monitor off. Okay, so this will make it so that you can, your chat will hear it basically through the stream, but you don't have to hear your own voice for, 10 minutes straight or whatever you might be doing. I mean, unless you're really into hearing yourself, yeah. So you turn monitoring off so you don't have to hear it, but set it to track 1. I forgot to set it up for one of the tracks, so that's why I wasn't able to hear it yesterday. I have no idea how that even happened because I haven't touched that thing in literally like a year. But things happen. Anyways, let's get over to the game. How about that? A little bit different start to today, but things are fixed. I was really enjoying this game yesterday. I don't exactly understand what all the hate's about, but that's just me. I have a lot of those weird opinions where I'm like, this game's fun. Gamers hate him. Him enjoying game. Plus it's got fun music at the intro. I can always get behind a song, game with good music. But so far, this has been the craziest anime I've ever taken a part of. It's just straight up an isekai. But there was no truck, so I'm waiting for it to come out of somewhere, like behind an alley or something, just beat my ass. It's gonna say, get ready to get isekai'd. Just run my ass over somewhere it shouldn't even be able to fit. Like inside of one of these buildings. I'm just like, ooh, an abandoned building. All of a sudden you hear, merp, merp. Just runs me over. Ain't she pretty? I think we're A very pretty lady. I like that. So I've noticed this yesterday, but I forgot to say something about it. So yeah, they did the belt like you would traditionally when you have a long ass belt. But also, if you look at her waist, I was gonna say hips. But if you look at her waist, she tied her flannel shirt around it. And so I'm still not quite knowing what year it is. Like, it looks like modern because she has a smartphone and stuff like that, but also very 90s. Needless to say, it's Fen. Alright. Oh, look, stuff. Why stuff?
Let me at him.
Alright. Oh, and I was going to see what else there was around here. Okay, do I not? Guess there's no fast way to go into the map except for that. What's this? Oh, treasure chest, treasure chest. Oh, it marks that stuff now. Alright, that's cool. Go that way. Pretty sure I already did everything over there, but I guess not. Not the booty. So much booty.
Yeah.
Just everywhere.
Yeah.
As far as the eye can see, just booty. Here. Free things. She just climbs for no reason. So I did learn yesterday that this is not a game done by Square Enix specifically. Like, it's not just a new Final Fantasy or something. What it is an American company, and Square Enix just kind of distributed it. But they aren't the developer. Their only other game was the game that actually flopped, if I remember correct, pretty hard.
Yeah.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, turned purple. It's new. Come on, give me my stuff. Go. I didn't even mean to do that. What a waste. Ow. You know what? This game always likes to screw me out of things. I'm like, oh, look, let me set up the easy way to get up there. And she's just like, nah. Yeah, I can't remember the other game they did that was like a complete flop. I'm wondering if that's why everyone's like hating on this game. I don't know. This game seems fun to me. The movement needs some work though, for sure. Like, because she decides to like do stuff like that, like sprint into it and then just do this, when she used to kind of run up the wall a little bit. So I don't know if I got too advanced on my movement or what's going on. I'm trying to look at the map. Stop sliding. So M doesn't work. Oh, there's something up there.
Oh, come on. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. That'll do it. This is gonna sting. Ha! Mother Nature would like a word. Ugh.
Get it.
No,
wait.
no, not yet.
I didn't get to read that.
Pull yourself together.
No.
You got killed while reading. I was like, why is it saying restart in the middle of the screen? It says their only other game was Final Fantasy 15. Oh, yeah, that was it. That's the game. And apparently that game was a crap for Final Fantasy. It was creep. I don't know. I'm not really a Final Fantasy person. Like the new, most recent ones, I'm kind of digging the look of and whatnot. But the OG Final Fantasies, I just can't get into them. Like, I know the stories of them and whatnot through osmosis because I have friends who are fans and whatnot. And there was that one time I had White come hang out and explain Final Fantasy to me for like 4 hours. So he explained every game. And that was him also doing it shorthand. Like, he wasn't actually going in depth about each game. It still took him over like an hour. I didn't know I could do double backflips in the air for like no reason. Learn something new every day. Mad at me?
Right in the sweet spot. Let me at him.
Hit touches.
We got this.
Oh, was that it? Oh, wait. Here's one.
There it is.
And they say Call of Duty's movement makes you need some Ritalin. This game feels not fast enough to me. I'm just gonna say that. I guess there's treasure Rita Waha. Oh, what? Caught up in the break and da-da-da. Oh, that's weird. You can get information now. Yeah, apparently Final Fantasy 15 wasn't that good, and all I've been hearing is about how if this was a Japanese developer making an Americanized game, they would understand a lot more of like the shortfalls and stuff like that.
All right. That'll do. That'll do it.
Alright. Where's I supposed to be going? Where's that spot I marked? Okay, so that's the objective. And I was like, no, I want to go and do cool things. There it is. Yep. Scurry. Very scurry. Devs that made these games are also Japanese though. Okay, so they are. I thought everyone was saying that the devs that made this game were American. And that's why it seemed so weird the writing was bad or whatever. I don't know. The writing seemed fine to me so far. Like, everyone's like, she cusses too much. And I'm like, she cusses like a normal human being in a situation where you get friggin' isekai'd without your permission. You know? Oh, you fucking invisible wall. Okay. Wait, then where am I supposed to go? So this goes to Dea. Oh, maybe I can't go there yet. Alright, you know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna do the objective then. Let me undo my marker. Stupid timed rewards. Oh wait, 77? Ooh, I might have enough to upgrade my attacks. Boom. Maximum firepower. Oh, so if you don't like something, you can actually convert it back to mana. Neato. That also means you're only going to get so much mana to mess around with. So I think next I'll probably go for... I can't upgrade the flower. Might as well upgrade this. Dang. Sounds like we behaviors where you can show a picture and they'd be disgusted but slap the label Japan on it and they'll lose their shit. Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at. I'm like, okay, so if it was Japanese, you guys would be like, oh, this is fine. But if it's American, you're just like, eh. What's up? Oh, yeah, you're the dad. I was like, who's this person outside? They're not supposed to leave.
There.
Oh, damn it. Alright, we'll chill and talk for a minute while that recharges. I'm probably gonna need to fight. Oh, and thank ya. I've been very sneezy lately. I think I really need to... So I've been talking about buying a little vacuum for my room instead of the big bulky one that we have in the house that, like, you know, blows the dust out the back anyways, I feel like. My room's been extra dusty lately, so I'm like, I kind of want to get this little compact one that also does steam cleaning. And then I could do my desk, steam clean my desk, you know, do my chair, do my bed, you know, stuff like that. Like, little things, but I can also do, like, the floor and then vacuum it up with that. And it would be sweet. But then the reality sets in that Japan is just American 2.0. Well, you know what? If you're going to steal from the best, or if you're going to steal from the best. Oh, I just realized there was an offline follow while I was probably in the bathroom. Keith Emelor, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Mobile Infantry Trooper. Now you're one of us. Japanese fact is that the Bushido Code was written in California and in English first. Really? Oh, that kind of breaks my heart. Man, I always knew Bushido was lame. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
By the way, if you didn't know, all the Kurosawa films are actually on HBO. So I think one of these weeks coming up when I'm done with like Critical Role and stuff, and I got nothing long to watch, when I do my workouts, I'm going to do it to Kurosawa films. Because lately I've been watching like Critical Role while I lift so I can, you know, do an hour workout, and while I'm doing it, I'm just sitting there like, yes, kill them all. Like... Yeah, I don't remember if I told y'all, but I got those Bowflex adjustable dumbbells for Christmas for my mom and my stepdad. And those things have been amazing. And now I got big damn guns. Nah, like they're about the same size as always. Like they're just a little bit more defined now, which is nice. So like, you know, like I can poke it and it ain't going nowhere. Like it ain't all chubby. I'm not all wiggly. It was not even written that long ago. It was like 1899. Oh my god, really? Was at least by a Japanese person in America. The reason why it got popularized is the rise of imperialism and nationalism. The scholars in Japan despise the books, but the government wanted it to be popularized. Oh, okay, because that would be pre-World War II and whatnot. Yeah, that makes sense. So they're like, here, this is a way to live your life for the last 20 years. Now die by the sword. It was by a Japanese person, so that's good. The reason why he wrote it was when he was visiting Europe and whatnot, he realized that they had a history of knights, while Japan didn't. Yeah, they kind of had, like, local lords and, you know, samurai, which were kind of more bullies than police, and than knights. Knights were also bullies, but they also collected taxes, so that's good. Not personally a fan of knights. I'd rather be a man-at-arms. You know, a mercenary, you just fight for this one crown until you decide you're done.
What happened here? She walks among us.
I say
Tanta
20 silver a
Silas.
day.
It's the one called Frey.
Me?
Your arrival must have sent tremors across Athia. Your presence here has the Tanta frightened.
Frey! You're back!
Olivia, what is all this?
I was wrong. She didn't come to rescue us. You did.
I'm no hero.
Tanta Sila has Odin.
Odin. My Odin.
Bob! Break Bob!
Your concern for the madman is admirable, but first we must stop Sila.
It's okay, I'll try and fix this.
I can help.
No. Absolutely not. You're gonna stay
If not, I'm
here
gonna go pluck it
and
in a
find
minute.
somewhere to hide.
This is the third day in a row where I sit here, touch my mustache once, and then the hair goes, and then it starts poking my nose like, nee, 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 nee. So yeah, I almost stayed up until like 5 p.m. I hit around 5 p.m. because I couldn't sleep, and then I just knocked out. So I turned off my alarm, I guess, in my sleep.
Sila's destroying the city!
I know they're doing that, but let me talk to you.
Odin! She's up in the square! You have to hurry!
Alright, there is one thing I despise about this game, and it's the movement here, where I like... You see that crap? She moves in a circle. She's doing one of these things. It makes it really hard to be like, alright, I want to talk to this guy. But I happen to come from this way, so now I can kind of, like... She kind of does the 180, but most of the time, not really. She does that crap.
No. There's no way we
It's
can
just
defeat
frustrating.
her.
Tanta Sila's destroying the city!
Well, before I do that, let me go over here.
That
I
was
still can't
close.
use my superpowers? That's lame.
It's not the real Tanta Sila! It can't be!
Upgrade. Oh yeah, I can't upgrade my cool stuff. Second feather. More nuggets. Alright. Trying to get that AB going on my side too. What's that? It's slippery. Yeah, like everything's slippery. Like, it doesn't just pick the direction you go, instead it does a circle. And it's just so fresh. Oh, abs. Yeah, I mean, abs aren't too hard to get to show, to be honest. Like, especially if you're already thinner. Like, I started out super skinny when I first started, like, growing abs. Because you always have abs. I know everyone wants to always make that argument. Everyone has a six-pack, blah, blah, blah. Everyone has abs. Like, shut up. That's not what we're talking about, and you know it. Like, to have defined abs, it's a lot easier if you're already skinny. It's such a pain in the ass now that I have, like, a layer of Happy Meals over it, you know what I mean? Like, my abs are still, like, defined six-pack, but there's, like, an inch of, like, not even, like, probably half an inch of chubby love right over it, and I'm okay with that, though. But, like, if you're really trying to work that stuff, you gotta work all of it, and it's a pain, but in, like, 10 weeks you can get to where you want to be for the most part. If you do, like, dragon flag sit-ups, got a medicine ball or some kind of weight, you can do the obliques. And then if you just mix all that up and do it, like, constantly, mix that up with, like, maybe push-ups and stuff, because that also works the core. And then your planks, oh my god, you will, like, wreck your abs, but you will be so strong, and then they'll start showing real fast. Like, it's crazy. So it took about 10 weeks for me, and then I looked like I walked out of a movie. I'm just built different. Oh, I know you're not fat. That's why I was like, you know. And even if you were, anybody can get to where they want to be. It just takes a lot of work. Like, unless you're as broken as I am, there's certain workouts I just can't do anymore. Like, what was I doing last week where I got scared? It wasn't a squat, but it was something like I felt my knee shift and it scared the shit out of me. Like it didn't shift a lot. Like I just felt it go pop, and then like, you know, I guess it was like releasing pressure, like when you go like this a bunch and then one of your knees pops. It just did something like that, but it was mid workout, and I was like, what was that? So I sat down for a minute and like kicked out my legs real quick to make sure nothing hurt. But yeah, like I got scared, like legitimately. I thought my knee moved. Like I got so nervous, and I think it was just my knee was popping like normal. But still, I was just like, oh no. Not like this.
Tonta Silas in the city, and she's out for blood. People
All
are
right,
dying.
let's go kick your butt.
She is the one who freed the demon!
Y'all are
Your Highness,
wearing blood red
your
now.
anger will not serve us now. Tell Tanta Sila where she is, child.
Where is the interloper, child? The one who dares trespass upon my realm?
Tanta Sila. I am Robian Keen.
Father.
Warden. I served faithfully under Tanta Sinta. My wife Callista was a general in your army. Have mercy on my daughter.
Robian Keen. I've not heard that name in a long time.
Maybe she's not a complete psycho,
You have to save the peasant girl. She would do
but
the
it
same
sounds
for
like she
you.
lost her mind.
Ah, fuck. I know.
Fire straight in there.
We have to do something.
See if you can sneak up behind her.
Really? This is the most obvious way to sneak around behind her. It won't let me
Hang
go
in there,
that way.
Auden. I'm coming.
Invisible walls. Fun.
Try to blend in with the crowd.
I could blend in a whole lot better if you shut the fuck up.
We're doing the Assassin's Creed thing now.
Your entreaties are futile. Your daughter aids the interloper, and what's worse, she
It feels wrong
refuses
posting
to
an
reveal
SFW.
her whereabouts.
I can make one. Because I already upload them
Someone
on mine on
must pay
Twitter.
for such treacheries.
Tanta Sila.
Stand aside.
Oh,
Listen
she is
to me.
lost her mind. Listen to that. She's incensed, dog. Sword of magic.
Hey, come on. I'll explain shit later.
Interloper.
Stop. You must stop. She can save us. She can end your madness.
Father!
Well, there's what's left of his brain.
What the hell kind of craziness is this?
Tanta Sila has the power to change the state of matter and being. She was using one of her minions as a vessel.
Whoa, wait, what's it doing now? Stop!
You die now!
I'll use it so you don't have to.
This one's no run-of-the-mill silent drone.
Wow, I whipped the crap out
What
of that.
is it with flying assholes trying to kill me?
Try and knock it down to the ground.
He's lock on. Just get good, kid.
Okay. Okay. Come on.
Wait. What? I swapped to... There it goes.
Like that.
Maybe it's your wings are your weakness. Yeah, okay, it's the wings.
My
I was
magic isn't
wondering.
doing
I'm like,
anything.
some of
It
these
must
are
be
good.
protected somehow.
Okay, so I can't break the fireballs. Good to know. What's up, bro?
Ugh. Fuck. Got one for ya. My ace in the hole.
Okay, so she has a spear.
Gotcha. you on your toes. I still can't believe she would do this.
The Tunters are tyrants. The sooner you learn that, the better.
That's not doing much.
Why would he know that?
Yeah.
Come on, dodge.
Yeah. Nice.
Full steam ahead.
Okay, so that's one wing.
Huh? What's up with our friend?
Losing one's wings does make flying something of a challenge.
Whoa. Nope, not working.
Oh, that was close. You think you got what it takes to get into the ring with Beard? Cuff counters. Press F when Cuff throws up his defense to perform a counterattack while restoring a portion of Frey's health. If you really nail the timing, you will pull off a precision counterattack, an extra powerful blow that will restore Frey's health substantially. Note that the amount of health that Frey will never exceed the amount of damage she received. Alright, that's neat.
Close call.
I don't know. I'll just worry about that when I actually get whacked. And I'm like, oh no. Like right here. Oh no. Not working. Alright, I'm not gonna rely on that.
Not a chance in hell.
It's defenseless. Now's our chance.
Ha! You ready? Looks like I shut it down.
It appears.
Damn! Stamina plus 100. Frey's maximum stamina has increased. Nice. I knew it, she was a bird. Birds of a feather.
What?
Wait, how did she die? She wasn't even over here.
Behold the countless fallen, and all because of this demon. You saw what she did. She will kill us all. Surely, Councilwoman Belette. Surely you agree.
I'm
with
the
me.
one
Yes.
killing everyone.
Caesar. No. This young woman is our protector. She'll save us.
He is as corrupted as she is. Seize them all before the darkness spreads.
We will do nothing of the kind. Rogan Keen is wise beyond measure, and has always been a man of his word. Had we known he was still alive, he would be sitting on the council, not you. And this young woman has brought him back to us. Welcome home, old friend.
Tantasyla's attack shows us one thing. The enemy of our enemy is our friend.
And how many further agonies must we suffer? Her presence has cost us too many lives.
Councilwoman Belette
That's
is
my
right.
fault.
Tantasyla will surely visit her wrath upon us once more.
A clear majority. The girl must be surrendered to Tantasyla at once.
No need. I'll go to her myself.
Yeah, let's go punch her in the teeth. How dare you kill my street rat friend that I forget her name from yesterday. Her father's findings. Chapter 3, Interloper. What the fuck? No. Ah, you're so annoying. Why did it even do that? I didn't press anything different from usual. It's just like, here, save 7. Haha. What? With the flashlight somehow killed her. 7 draughts now. Neato.
Good morning, Frey. Here are the notes on the Tirana I promised you.
Look, about our deal. Your dad's journals all got burnt up in the guild when we escaped.
It's fine. Frey, you brought him back. That's far more important. That is more than I could ever have hoped for.
He really does look like a Lenamore sip.
Thank you. So, where can I find Scylla?
You should visit the archives in Upper Sepul. You'll be able to find out more about her there.
The archives. Got it.
Alden, sorry to bother you, but I just saw your father wandering off.
Forgive me, Frey. I need to go and find him.
Notes on Tirana. White journal containing Robian's notes on the phenomenon known as Tirana. One of its pages reads as follows. Much remains mysterious about the Tirana. They make instantaneous locomotion possible by altering space and time, but precisely how, I cannot say. The energy required to open one is enormous, and increase exponentially the farther one wishes to travel. And yet, I cannot help but wonder, by channeling enough power into one, could we reach another continent, perhaps even another world? Very interesting.
Right. Off to the archives we go.
I am kind of worried about Bob, though. He is my ticket out of here.
Do what you want. But remember, we have a Tunta to defeat.
I feel like we're doing a bad thing by defeating the Tauntas. But also, I don't know. What else are we gonna do? This place is boring. Yeah, I always save on the same file throughout the game, and my cousins were always the opposite, where they made like 70 fucking saves for one playthrough, and it always like incensed my brain for some reason. I'm just like, I don't understand why you like this. Bye.
Can't stop thinking where Bob might have gotten to.
Also, I do in Fallout make 5 saves. Like, that is so that when I have all those mods going, if something breaks, I have 5 saves to fall back on. Yeah, see, like, exactly. Corrupt files, like, that'll do it. Founts of Blessing are magical pools in which the Tanta's power are said to sleep, awaiting the coming of the worthy. They are easily identified by the rich abundance of plant life that grows around them. While it is not known for how long they have existed, we do know that they are found all over Athia, and that their long-standing connection to the Tantas makes them sacred in special places. Yeah, 3 seems reasonable. Like, usually what I rely on is autosave and then regular save.
Magical fountain thingies, huh?
If they're related to the Tuntas, perhaps we should go and take a look.
These shrines to Athia, beloved rulers, were erected across the land by their devoted subjects at the Tanta's behest. It was once common practice for pilgrims to travel through all 4 realms, visiting each and every monument to pray that peace might continue to reign. There are 4 types of monuments in total, each dedicated to the virtues most prized by each Tanta: love, strength, justice, and wisdom. And I gotta find
So
them
the
all so to be
Tantas
strong
left
as
these
fuck.
stones behind?
Yes, although one can only wonder why.
Obviously it's for me, so I can get beefed. Like brain beefed. A journal containing Robian's research notes from his time at the Cognizance Guild in Visoria. He appears to have devised a new method for delivering medicine to the sick. In his notes, he claims that this new vaporization technique will allow certain medicines to be inhaled directly by the patient, drastically reducing respiratory inflammation. That's cool.
Damn.
Better than
Great
snorting
Bob
it.
used to be quite the genius, huh?
Which makes it all the more disturbing to see what's become of him. Tragic, really.
I thought we couldn't read this language.
Well, no new info on the Tirana here.
Sadly, given his condition, I'm starting to think that even asking the man himself won't yield much of use.
Hey, you leave Bob alone. He's doing his best. Honestly, I would call him Rob, because that makes the most sense. Why is it always so friggin' sunny when I walk out? I hate that I can't use my super parkour inside the city. Please.
Hello there. Can I get you something?
Drugs. Lots of them.
I was sorry to hear about
Wait
Lydia.
for night. I wish you could. I don't think you can,
Just
actually.
can't believe Tanta Sila did what she did.
Every time I rest, it ends up
You
being
be careful
gay.
out there. She's not one to mess with lightly.
Oh, I plan to be heavy.
What'll
on
it
her.
be?
Like, piss heavy. Give me a Zinchiel.
You sure? All right then.
I don't even know if I said that word correctly. Oh, so on to the thing I was talking about earlier with the vacuum, the little
A beverage fit for a king.
Instead, what I ended up getting was a, for now, those sweet dust. It's like the Swiffer dusters. They've been what I've worked on with electronics for years and years. Like, they're awesome. Like, it literally does, like, magnetize the dust to it, you know, through, I don't know if it's static or what. It's awesome, though, so you just kind of pass it over your keyboard and you're done. You don't even have to work that hard. So, I think I'm going to clean up my keyboard this week with it.
None of the folks from Praenos look too happy. Can't blame them, really.
The long pause.
Time was they couldn't sing their Tanta's praises loud enough.
Oh, wait, can I get drunk? Oh, hey, you.
None of the folks from Praenos look too happy. Can't blame them. Time was they couldn't sing their...
Oh, if I hit spacebar, he speeds it up.
You sure?
Can I get drunk? I want to get wasted. Get me drunk inside. So drunk inside.
A beverage fit for a king.
Yeah, he'll sober up from his speech because it takes so dang long.
None of the time was they couldn't sing. Coming right up.
I feel like we're not going to want to accept his booze later on in the game because he's going to try to poison us, but that's just me. And that's because I don't trust people. But what am I going to drink? The freaking water?
A beverage fit...
You drink booze so you can stay alive during times like this.
I want to check to see if Bob's doing okay. Let's look around town and see if we can find him.
All right. Roll the dice. Roll the dice. Roll the dice. Are we lucky? Yeah. Temporary attack.
Guess it's my lucky day.
Keep getting double attack, which I dig.
Come again, eh?
Yeah, of course. You give me free booze. I don't even drink
You're
in real
Frey,
life.
aren't you? The one who used their amazing powers to drive back the monsters. I'm Pilo. Can't believe I'm talking to the hero who saved the city.
I'm not a hero. Not now, never will be. Did you want something?
Just wondering if there's anything I can do. I don't know, I could... Hey, I could show you around town. You haven't been here long, right?
A guided tour. What an excellent idea. Certainly couldn't hurt to get the lay of the
No,
land.
thanks, but I'm not in the mood.
Oh, don't say that! Look, I'll be waiting for you, all right? When you're ready, just let me know.
Beat tours are now available. You mean I finally can do side quests? I was gonna say he does feel like he's trying to like steal from me or something. If you visit certain marked locations, talk to the marked NPC, you can occasionally take on special side quests. I don't see any special markings though. So let's check it out.
Decided to take me up on my offer?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, bet. Give me the tour.
Great! This is great! All right. We'll start at the square in the lower city. This way. Come on, follow me.
Feels all ominous to me. Man, I still can't super parkour. Do I need to like face you? Yeah. That's another thing. So you can't talk to these people unless you're facing them and at the front.
The lower city is where all the refugees live. And the square, here, is its heart.
Are you a refugee?
My parents were. I was born here.
It has been about 20 years, makes sense. Obrana Square. In the days before the break, Sipple wasn't much more than a quiet collection of buildings standing serenely amid the beauty of nature. Despite the ravages of time and recent events, Obrana Square retains the tranquility of this peaceful past with its sweeping stairway and dignified stone pillar, creating a sense of airy openness. Townspeople gather here at all hours of the day to exchange goods and information, or just pass the time. That's nice.
Sipalar born and bred, huh?
Anyone my age or younger pretty much has to be.
And then there's me. I was born in the break. Still don't know what my deal is. Take a look around the square in the lower city. It seems quite crowded. Quite a crowd has gathered. I cannot read.
Goodness.
Hey, some kids from the other day. What's up, kids? What? Hey, what was supposed to happen? Did I break it? It's a kid from the other day. One who was being a wuss. Dang it. Had it. There we go.
You're young Olivia's friend. Elif, this is the girl Olivia was talking about.
The amazing girl?
Oh, come on. I wouldn't go that far.
Olivia used to look after my Elif a lot, you know. But I never heard her talk about another grown-up like she did you. You must have been very special to her.
You think so?
And she was special to you too, I imagine.
I just felt like she needed someone, you know? She was special.
Guess we only ever actually spoke a few times. But we just kind of connected, you know?
You remind me of her. She was strong, And you could trust her. And she was lonely.
Makes sense.
Tanta Sila was a mighty warrior. I'd watch yourself out there if I were you.
I'm gonna get stabbed. Just feel it in my soul. Oh, you look fun.
Hello, Frey.
You a bard?
I was just pondering the fleeting nature of life. One moment, we are laughing together, not a care in the world. The next, we are naught but dust on the wind. What good can come of love in such a time? Surely it can only end in tragedy.
I hate to say it, but you might be right.
Some music, perhaps? Though I fear it will do precious little to lift the mood.
Yeah, give me music.
Then allow me to perform the horrible terror of Preynost.
He really needs some help naming these.
Preynost is a harsh and unforgiving land. Not all who make the journey there are fortunate enough to escape a fiery fate. And for those they leave behind, not remains but emptiness. You would do well to take care if you plan on venturing there yourself.
Not exactly the most illuminating of ditties, was it?
Yeah,
That's the
probably
trouble
learned
with these
something.
arty types. Very little in the way of practical advice.
What do you mean? Preynost bad. Stay away. That was pretty much the message, right?
Yeah, exactly. But you can't tell me that Dust in the Wind
Shall
part
we?
wasn't a, Oh god, what's the movie I'm thinking of? Wayne's World. It was definitely a Wayne's World reference. All we are is dust on the wind, dude. Dust. Wind. Dude.
Alden's over the moon to have her father back. I don't think I've ever seen her so happy. I'd say we owe you a thank you.
Yeah. People think I'm cool now.
Around here's basically hors d'oeuvre.
A shame it's barely fit for human habitation.
Being rude.
Do the buildings around here just not get fixed?
Sometimes. But we're not a priority down here. The upper city comes first. And that, and then everything else.
That sucks.
Up there's where we get our water.
I've seen that already. Thank you, though.
Oh, really? All right, then. Let me show you something else.
Hey, that cat.
Oh, okay. Shit.
Wait, children, come back. I haven't... I suppose you saw that. They just will not listen to me.
Something tells me he gets that a lot.
The children of Athia place no value on their education. None. The blame is not entirely theirs, of course. My teachings will not fill their bellies. Not today, at any rate. But
I mean, if you brought
if they do
bread
not learn
with
to
you.
think of tomorrow, if they would only let me teach them. But no, they will not hear a word of it.
Can't really blame them. They've been through a lot.
None save dear Olivia, that is. Poor child. She, at least, was kind enough to listen. Had I only been able to teach her to read, I am sure her love of learning would have blossomed.
You mean they can't even read? Maybe you could, I don't know, start with some simple rhymes or something?
Yes. What a fine idea. I could certainly do worse than try. Thank you. The gift of wisdom is a precious one indeed. I will experiment with the method you suggest. Now,
Yes,
if you
we
will
are
excuse
so
me.
wise. Honestly, we do take our modern education for
Wandering the
granted.
city, dispensing insights hither and yon. I may have to revise my opinion of you, Frey.
I wasn't exactly trying to inspire the guy, but I'll take it.
Yeah, like, just thinking about it, we don't really, we take our education for granted. Like, we can freaking read and stuff at like a 90+% literacy rate compared to people during this time where they're just like, what's reading for other than not putting things in my belly? Alright, where did Big Guy go? He goes over there.
It's downright frightening, it is. Fancy letting someone like that roam the streets unsupervised.
Love that voice.
Hey, Mommy! Mommy! That's the lady!
Shush you! And you don't go near her, you hear?
Hey, that's no way to...
It's cool. I'm used to it.
Shame. I was rather hoping to see that fiery temper of yours in action.
Petty, small-minded gossips! Although, I suppose it is pretty frightening. With your power, you could turn the whole town on its head just like that. Yeah.
Not really, all I do is throw rocks.
something else, all right.
Just really
This
fast.
shit again. I'm nobody. Get over it already.
Just a rock railgun, it's cool.
Hey, do you like animals?
They're all right, I guess.
Great! You like this, then?
Yay, let's go see Animals. Pisky Meadow.
Over here's where we keep
Animals.
all the livestock. We don't get to eat meat very often, but we do all right, I suppose. Hey, you can't create food out of thin air, can you? Never mind.
While this peaceful pasture with its free-roaming sheep might be relaxing in another setting, its proximity to the city graveyard lends it to eerie air that keeps most visitors at bay. Meat is hard to come by in Sepal these days, and despite trying to increase output, all attempts have been met with misfortune of one kind or another, be it disease or outright theft. Nice.
The big open area is the graveyard. Rich or poor, we all end up there in the end.
A farm and a cemetery. You don't see that often.
Really? It's quite a good arrangement. The animals help keep the grass down.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go and take a closer look.
Also, they help keep the grass up because they're pooping all over it. Poop. Hi.
They're not shy, that's for sure.
Well, we don't get many new faces in town. Hey, why don't you try feeding them?
Really? Is that allowed?
Of course! Wait here. I'll go and grab some food.
Suddenly, me and the sheep have to fight. I'm just suddenly remembering that anime with the old man, principal dude, fighting the deer out front of the school. I've never actually watched that show, but I need to. He like pulls off his shirt and he has like a bulletproof vest underneath, and he like takes it on, and, like wrestles it, throws it over. Feeding the sheep. Try finding hungry sheep and feeding them. You can use Cuff's scan to figure out which ones have worked up an appetite.
Just go up to one of them and hold out your hand.
Hi, little sleepy, hungry sheep. Sheep, sheep, sheep. Fed the sheep. Oh, okay.
This guy's a mess. You don't bathe them?
Oh, we try. But that one just loves his mud baths.
Hello, little sleepy sheep. Fed the sheep.
Fluffy.
Two remain. No, come on, just use your powers a little.
Like I said, this is the graveyard.
There's so many of them.
Yeah, well, if they're dead, they're down there.
Talk them out the city or something. But like I said, they're also good for the plants. Just eat grass, you nerds. Yeah, exactly. Okay, help the
Damn,
sheep out, I guess.
You really wolfed that down, huh?
See, growing up, I always thought the word was woofed. It was, you really woofed that down type of thing. But only more recently, I figured out that's because one of my aunts that married into the family just talks funny. And it's only for like that word. Aha.
Tanta Sila didn't come as far as the pasture. There's that to be thankful for, at least. These little lovelies are worth more to us now than ever. Wool, milk, meat, even parchment. You name it. We need them.
That's... Are you a hungry sheepy? Fed the sheep.
Fluffy.
You already said that. At least I got to feed some sheep. That's kind of cool. Where's my dog petting tutorial? I might make
Our
tea in a
savior's
minute.
favorite farm. Has kind of a ring to it. Don't you think? I might put up a
Family
sign.
farm.
Right. I suppose it's time I showed you the upper city. It's back the way we came and up the stairs. Or did you want to look around a bit more first?
Tezku. Finders keepers. This is mine now. Alright, there ain't nothing left to do over here. Then I have to go up there. How the heck do we get up there? I'm guessing this way.
Can I ask you something? Your powers. Could you give me a quick demonstration?
Absolutely not. You're not some street performer.
Look, I'm sorry, but they're not for show.
I can't do them
really?
inside the city because
I was hoping
reasons.
you'd give me another look. But I guess I've seen enough. Adia's as good as saved already.
How many fucking times do I have to tell you? I'm not your savior.
Ten more.
So, this
Minimum.
is where the rich folks live.
Yep. And they get the best food, the nicest clothes, and the safest part of the city to themselves. They get to run everything just because of who they are. Best not to think about it.
Ah, the accident of birth. Curse you, cruel fate.
I agree, though. That just means when the lower city falls, these rich snobs are gonna suck at fighting.
It's her.
Oh, don't even look at her.
Or they'd also rather sacrifice the lower city to save themselves than realize all the fighters are down there. Like, yeah, you got soldiers up here, but the people who would actually fight for this place.
What business does someone like that have in this part of the city?
You know, if I crush your skull against the wall, no one will care, right?
That boy is here again.
Ignore him. He'll clear off soon enough.
They're chucking rocks at him.
Call the guards.
Only if she does something.
Well, of course she will.
We'll see, dear.
More
We'll
cats,
see.
more cats, more cats.
This is the Tower of... Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Hey, don't worry about it. Let's maybe not go in for the full tour, though.
I've already explored this place.
Can you really be trusted? It's not our place to question the
Infinite wisdom of the council. You realize they're just people, right? Like you. Nothing special about them. Oh, bad. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make tea in a minute.
This is the mausoleum. Our
Even
souls
though I
come
just
here when we
woke
die.
up, I'm still
What are you
tired.
doing here?
Like,
And
I
you?
could totally nap.
You belong in the lower city.
Yes, you have no right to be here. Neither of you. Be gone.
Oh man, we got the Dick Rider.
Frey saved the city! If anyone deserves to be here, it's her! If she wanted, she could turn you to ashes in a heartbeat!
That
But
is
she'd
not
never
how
do
my
that.
powers work.
Isn't
I
that
just
right,
chuck
Frey?
rocks.
Okay, can you fucking let it go already?
What? What's
Pivo?
wrong with you all of a sudden?
Stop dick riding.
If you want to save your city, do it your fucking self. You're not dragging me into this.
Aww. Poor little guy was just trying to be excited that you have super powers like he probably dreamed of as a kid. Alright, this ancient structure is older than Spall itself. Though nobody knows when exactly it was built, it is... It is more than just a building to the Athenians, who believe that the souls of the departed come here to rest for all eternity. The precise origin of this belief is unclear, but generations of Athenians have treated the mausoleum as a piece of worship and reflection. And to this day, visitors can be seen offering up thanks and prayers. It's the mausoleum.
What about our tour? There's so much still to see.
I don't need a stupid fucking tour.
Alright, yeah. I'm gonna pause right here. I will be back. I'm gonna go make some tea. Earl Grey. Anyone want some Earl Grey? Enjoy.
Look alive, agents. We can grieve later. Right now, we need to move.
Over 200,000 people just died.
We We need
Press
to
F
reach
to pay
Platform 4 and
respects.
secure those TIE fighters. That's our only way back to the Corvus. Agent Mika.
Give them proud heroes a salute.
Yes, Commander.
Agent Hask, contact
You will not be
me.
forgotten,
I need to speak
my
with the
brothers
Admiral.
and sisters.
Yes, Commander. Patching you through now.
Admiral, Inferno Squad is evacuating Endor. What's the situation?
Vice Admiral Sloane has ordered a retreat. We're pulling out of the system. Make it to your ship, Commander. Survive. I will send you the rendezvous coordinates.
Yes, sir.
Weird, it won't let me go in the third person.
I don't understand how this happened. The trap was perfect.
Someone made a mistake. High Command overlooked something crucial again.
No, there has to be more to it. The rebels were outnumbered and outgunned.
It's simple. The Emperor underestimated the strength of our enemy, and we paid the price.
Commander, permission to speak freely.
Granted.
I know we're alone, Iden, but that sounded treasonous.
Look to the sky, Hask. It's not treason if it's the truth.
Oh, never mind. Both of those were bad guys. Never mind. Right in the face.
You're armed. Now tighten your butthole and start running. It's about to snow gold flakes!
Woo! Golden Flakes, my favorite American cereal. Oh, I gotta run that way.
Lead the way!
If only parachutes worked that well.
I think you're in the clear. Now tighten your butthole and bear witness to the sights and sounds of true, unadulterated justice.
Click. Click.
You're a goddamn American hero. The global elitist strategy is ruined.
Woo!
The war for our minds has been won. Joseph and his demons have been smacked in the mouth by red-blooded American true grit warriors. This is what we look like. This is what we act like. We are pioneers and we are here to stay.
Joe, you tell him. Might as well call him Jimbo.
Your actions have consequences.
Teddy bears are like honey badgers. Or are honey badgers like You can listen to more later though, just for funsies. What is this crap? Time what's? I'm sorry, what did that say? Soccers? Time Stabber. Oh my god, it's the guy. Here you go. For those who give a crap, this is that time knife thing that's happening. Time to kill. Oh my god, people are so terrible. It's the guy about my screenplay and new video. Hey Sophia, still haven't heard from you about my screenplay. I know you're busy with all your work, but this is really taking off in a big way. So let's try to get going on this, okay? I know this thing is gonna be huge, so I just went ahead and mortgaged my house to make this thing reality. It's my dream, and I'm gonna follow my dream. And once I get the Kickstarter going, this thing's gonna pay me back for the mortgage, so no problem. I already shot a short promo thing for the Chaos campaign. Let me know what you think. I'm gonna star in it, but I've got a really cool part for you too, if you want it. You'd be perfect for it. Also, like I said, I'm gonna need that science feedback stuff soon. Let me know ASAP. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yeah, exactly. Except for this guy, he should really let them be dreams. just a wee bit. There's a rifle buried in the wall. Huh. Oh god, don't tell me you're making me crash on drugs again. That's right, get out of the road. Talladega Nights, woo! Gotta make a pit stop.
The upcoming hit of Flower Days calls for defender applications. The annual festival
I think I shot my own car like 4 times trying to aim.
of their diet. As usual, the festival will be occurring in
I suppose it doesn't really help when the car's on fire. Ooh, crap, that scared the crap out of me. I was not ready for that. And that is, Lit Fleshy. Thank you for that follow. Welcome to Mobile Infantry Group, you're one of us. Spooked the dog crap out of me. Nope, not what I meant to do at all. That's not to tell him where I live. I'm here to party.
Oh, crap. That hurt.
Time. Get. No! Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. Why are you not running? Why are you not running? There you go. Run. They don't play here. They shoot. Didn't go the way I planned at all. Oh man, I'm so bad at things. How do you have a visual on the suspect? Liars. Can I climb this? Sweet. Right now. Ooh. Oh crap, I killed myself. He just kept dropping rocks on me. Oh my god, that was so great. Oh, hi, guy. I feel like that's a wall. Damn. Killed himself. Yes. I just like that you can really just stand there and it just keeps happening. Oh my god. Okay. Oh crap! Oh my god. I was like, alright, now we can listen to the Dell song. God dang it. Oh, this game, man. It makes me giggle. Nope. Oh, jeez. Oh,
That's something I forgot to do.
Wait, did he just give us more grenades? I don't really care about that. Oh yeah, I shoot you with my brain. Look at this. Mind powers. Call me Mind Shield. I have the look of death. Yeah. I have no idea why I'm glitched, but that's awesome. Why are you shooting me? I'm a friendly. Oh, I gotcha. I'm gonna look at you real hard in a second. Chuck Norris ain't got nothing on me. Bam! Come on, telekinesis. Yeah. This is the best.
Perimeter secured.
This is so getting highlighted. Is that 4 hours, 20 minutes or so? Oh man, that's so funny. What's he doing? Like his hands are going insane. I don't even fully understand what he's trying to do. Alright, let's do this.
Alright, I'm back. I brought tea. Bonk. What are we bonking for? What'd I say? Or do?
You're not really going after Tanta Sila, are you? Suppose it's better than you loitering around town any longer.
What do you do for the city? Asshole. Bunch of buttholes, all of you. This whole town is butt cheeks. Yeah, what are we bonking about?
What are they doing?
If I had to guess, I'd say they're offering up prayers to the dead.
Doesn't look like praying's done much for Athia so far.
Well, the habits of a lifetime are hard to break. And who can blame them for seeking a little solace after all they've lost?
Yeah, guess you're right.
They look very Middle Eastern style. I dig it. Like, they don't look like traditional knights. Archives bonked by a rock. Oh, did it play the one from, Actually, I don't remember when I got bonked by a rock. I feel like this happened more often than I can remember. Can I... There we go. Gotta love sections of games that don't let you go max speed.
Good day to you.
There you are.
The cats in the upper city certainly aren't afraid of anyone, are they?
Yeah, they're cute. They're not Homer.
I don't know how you even tell one from another, to be honest.
I don't know how you tell one from another.
The cats in the upper city certainly aren't afraid of anyone, are they?
Yeah, they're cute. They're not Homer.
I don't
Yeah,
know
exactly.
how you even tell one from another.
Yeah, they're not
to be
full-on steel knights. Like they have a spear, then they have their fallback sword, and it looks like cloth and chainmail. Or is it leather? I say that's leather, and then chainmail underneath. It's proper knight gauntlets. And then a sword. I wouldn't call that a scimitar. It's I forget what those things called. Pretty sure it starts with a B. And yeah, very Middle Eastern style helmets. And they got their shin guards. Oh yeah, I forgot to do this. What was it?
You're the criminal who came from the corruption, aren't you? Well, stay out of the upper city. We don't want you tainting us with it.
Alright, now I don't condone violence towards children, but 100% I would knee this kid in the back
need
of
to ask Bob about those
between the
taunts.
shoulder blades. Little bastard. Like in Minecraft.
You're not
in Minecraft.
really going after Tanta Sila, are you?
Ugh.
Well, if it isn't our favorite council person.
Foul creature! Still you refuse to leave the city? You who brought Tanta Sila's wrath upon us?
Say it was my fault one more time. I dare you.
Councilman Janesh!
Riders.
Cease your wickedness, demon. Do not approach her. All who do shall surely die. Those who consort with her will perish in agony, just like the child.
What the fuck did you just say?
Calm down, Frey. Don't let him get to you.
You think because you returned that feeble-minded old dotard to us that something has changed? Well, think again. You are a blight upon us all, a bringer of doom.
The councilman speaks the truth! Leave this place! Be gone!
Fuck!
You gonna ride those coattails
You
any
actually
harder?
managed to exercise some self-control. I'm impressed.
Not as impressed as I am.
They're
Yeah.
not worth your time. You did the right thing.
Man, you should be able to choose to fight and just chuck rocks at his face. Just saying. Whole reason I was here is this stupid coin.
Be gone, demon! Bring calamity upon us no more!
Your mom's a demon. Alright. Let's go back to the front. Whee!
Oh!
That was awesome. I didn't think that would work. Yeah, I didn't vote for him either. Piece of crap.
Please, Frey, wait!
Like, who would want him in charge? He seems like
Listen,
an a-hole.
okay? I never said I'd
But
help
not
you
even a useful
with
a-hole.
anything. Ever. Got that?
I'm sorry. I got carried away, I suppose. Look, let me take you to one last place.
Fuck no.
Come on, please.
I'm not sure he's going to take no for an answer.
Just do it. Stop being a big baby.
One look at whatever the hell it is, and I'm out.
Thank you so,
I actually
so
really
much.
like his overalls.
Come on, it's this way.
I put one strip down the middle though, so that you have full movement of both legs, but you can also like have a flap to protect your junk.
Wait, what the hell is this?
Obviously they like you.
Thank
Do
you
this.
so much for saving the city! Oh, Mom said we're not supposed to talk to you, but you helped us.
Thank you, Frey.
They've been wanting so badly to show you how grateful they are.
They're adorable.
It was nothing.
That's not true. And you know it. We're all in your debt. Me included.
I should say work
Wait,
apron. Not
Is
really.
this why you came and found me in the first place?
Pilo! You'd better not let me find you slacking off, you little runt.
Oh, no!
Where the heck are you? Get here! Now!
Oh, no! It's the boss! Sorry, Frey. I have got to go.
A beautiful bouquet. A bunch of flowers Frey received from the children of Sepal as a thank you for protecting the city. The bright red blooms were all grown within the city walls, or within the walls of Sepal. And the neatness of the presentation suggests that a kindly adult properly lent a helping hand. Aww. I like the overalls, just not everything attached to it. You mean like the dude? That's what I'm saying. I would definitely wear that.
What an excitable young man.
You know, I've never gotten
I just
flowers
said it
before.
too.
And let's
Not
hope it
cover.
never happens again, shall we?
Oh god, I can't remember the word for it. Alright, coveralls are a different thing, or overalls, and then there's the word for the thing, the leather thing that goes over your chest. Oh my god, I'm gonna look it up now. That's bothering me. I was just saying the word. How'd I forget it? Ah, my ADHD is just kicking my butt today. Apron. Apron. All I had to do was type the letter A, and my brain was like, haha, I remembered. So yeah, like a sweet apron like that would be awesome. Like that's so much freedom of movement compared to the apron I have. Like I have a denim one for working and stuff, and it's nice, but sometimes it feels funny that there ain't necessarily all that freedom. Don't make the same mistake as me wearing a jacket. The straps might make it look like you have protruding nipples poking through. That's funny. Everyone's looking at you like, oh, she's ready to work.
Hey,
Oh, there you
that
are.
cat.
Hi, little buddy. Gonna lead me somewhere neat?
You really do have the magic touch.
I swear I've seen it before somewhere.
Yeah, me too.
The cat that was just here? Oh, yes, I know it. Poor wretched creature was all little Olivia had.
Uh-huh. Why are you here?
You think it's waiting for her to come back?
I hope not. Putting your faith in humans is a great way to guarantee disappointment.
So
Hey.
this guy's stuck to my hand.
It's not like she wanted to leave him
Nervous.
behind, asshole.
All right, all right. I'm sorry I spoke.
The cat that was just here? Oh, yes, I know it. Poor wretched creature was
There
all...
was a dear, sweet young girl. Used to come here, you know. Name of Olivia. Such a bright spark. A real breath of fresh air she was. And then... Why, Tante Sila? Why?
Okay. Wait. Are you a clone? Clones. No, they do look different.
I meant to thank you again for returning Rogian to us. His importance to the city of Sepal cannot be overstated, nor can his value to me. He is a treasured friend indeed.
Were y'all lovers after his wife died?
I meant to thank you again for returning Ruby.
No, I'm just kidding. That would be actually really funny if it turns out that, you know, the wife and him had like a side deal where it's like, look, we have an understanding. I don't have the parts that you might want, so if you want to go and get a boyfriend, go ahead. And Robian's just like, yes.
Thank you, Frey! Really! Thank you! He was such a silly man. His boss is always angry with him.
Huh. These kids are cool. I dig it. Alright, what am I supposed to do now?
Odin's over the moon.
No, people. Come on. These two have stuff.
Interested in these here books, are you? You've got a good eye. They're treasures of a sort, all rescued from the abandoned Cognition's guilds.
Oh, cool. Hey, this one actually looks useful. It's about crafting.
It certainly seems like it might be worth your while.
I'd be happy to give it to you. For a price. I collect old things, see? Find some and I might just be persuadable.
What about this old coin?
Well now, isn't that a beauty? I'll need more than one of those, depending on the book, but here, have a look.
Yeah, for a bunch of what would you call them? Not street rats, but yeah, like the poor. They really do dress pretty well. Like even the poorest aren't necessarily in rags. Imagine being a bookseller in an era where nobody can read. Hey, some people used to buy books and hold them upside down just to feel like they were smarter. Like, when I was growing up, I was told by some of the older folks that that's what some slaves who learned to read used to do in order to avoid getting basically killed for knowing how to read. Because some people considered it basically illegal for their slaves to learn how to read. So what they would do is hold the book upside down and just read to their, you know, younger brother or whatever it might be. And, you know. There are people in Athia with an interest in old coins that can be found in various places. They'll offer valuable items in exchange for them. So be sure to collect as many as you can. Exchange old coins. I don't understand why there's a limit on how many coins you can get. But
Anything take your fancy?
Allows an effect to be added to equipment and crafting. Offers immunity to effects that reduce stamina recoveries. Need a poison. Increase critical hit damage. Why? Nargok the Unstoppable. Allows the effect. Yeah, immunity to effects that reduce attack. That's kind of cool. Think good.
Nothing tickling your fancy, eh? Huh. Maybe next time then.
Yep. Next time.
Oi, you!
Huh? You talking to me?
Upseater. She's a sharp one. What's that you got there, eh?
She's a sharp one.
What, this? I just found it lying around the town.
Let me swap you something for it. I'll do you a good deal, I promise.
You can find enough of the puppet dolls hidden around Sepal. You'll be able to swap them for the trader for unique items.
Let's have a look, shall we?
Cloak that restores health when critical hits are inflicted on enemies. Incredibly rare mushroom that's prized as a premium crafting material. A cloak reduces duration of negative status effects. Get me some nougats.
Thank you very much. And here,
Get that latest La Ciargonian
you come
made.
again.
I like that in almost every Elder Scroll games. There's always been a La Ciargonian made.
Goodness.
It's a classic, and I'm not even as scaly. But that lady's having a good time. What is that?
Let's see.
Oh, hey. We
Flighty little creature. Worth chasing it down, perhaps.
Why are you picking the worst ways to run around? Never read it. I just find it funny.
Hello there.
It's a really
Oh,
short
shit.
read. Well, that's not fair. Is it because I touched the front door? I was literally right next to it.
Come again, eh?
Got away my butt.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's a really short read. It's pretty
What's
funny.
the plan then?
It's all euphemisms. There's lots of channels on YouTube where people read the Skyrim books and whatnot. You can just watch one of those with it. Oh, so maybe
What do you want us to find here?
it messed up its own pathing. Hobbit. Thanks, cat.
You let me here on purpose, didn't you?
Pet the kitty.
You're not afraid of me, huh?
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Hello there. Can I get you something? Why not try your luck again tomorrow?
Because I already did it.
Come again, eh?
Wait, so I thought this was up here. Ah, hate these invisible walls. 3 feet away. That's too far. There's a free peanut and pickled eggs. Worst part ever. Yeah, I was gonna say they don't really have pickles or peanuts more is what I would see at a lot of places.
I'm so happy the crops weren't ruined. My dad said if we didn't have any grain, we'd all starve to death.
Makes sense.
Please, you've got to stop this at once.
Sounds like trouble.
Be there in a minute. First,
Yo, what's going on
magic
here?
tree.
The Robian's trying to desecrate a lovely old ballow tree. He's got himself a mite worked up.
You blew, and the bloomers too!
We've tried explaining to him that he can't just run amok in the grove like this. That there.
Hey, what if I absorb it?
All right, just cut him some slack, okay? He's been living in the break for the past 20 years. He's just taking some time to adjust. He'll be back to himself soon.
You keep telling yourself that.
Father! Father!
Odin.
That your ID was real. Why do you look 12?
Where'd you go? What are you doing here? I was supposed to see you there. I cannot see you there if you are here.
It's all right.
Also, you're in
I
Quebec.
will
Of
take
course,
you
you had to
there,
argue
and we
with
will
them.
be there together. Apologies.
Be a good man, Sir Robian, and hand it over.
Please, Father, give it to them. Please. Thank you. We'll take it from here.
Just make sure that he doesn't.
He won't. You have my word.
I'm gonna tell if that's corruption or mana. I feel like it's mana.
I'm such a fool.
You are no fool. I believe in you. I told them you
She
wouldn't
looks
harm the
left
tree,
out.
but I never said that I wouldn't. Now is our chance.
Once again, breaking the law.
I don't do it proudly. But all I do is for Athia. And if my father believes this could help, then I believe it too.
Hey, Bob.
Strange young girl from another world.
Yeah. I, have your notes on the portals.
I like that he's more lucid now. After like 2 days of being free of that
Tirana?
place. Not even 2 days.
My, he's
Pretty sure
much
it's still
worse
the
than I
same dude.
believed.
Forgive me. My mind's a little wibbly wobbly, wobbly wibbly.
Any Wimley stuff?
Voosh?
Huh? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Yes, Voosh! I need a Voosh back home, where I came from, after I killed this crazy lady. If I survive.
You will.
I will go back home, or I will kill the crazy lady.
One or the other. Maybe both, maybe neither.
Poor brain.
Who's to know?
Sounds promising.
Yes. Yes, yes, I promise. I will work on making you whoosh. You have my word.
Terrific. The word of a senile old has-been. Ironclad.
Great.
What am I doing in the grove?
Let's get you home.
Audie!
Yes. Come on.
Catch you guys later.
I hope if I ever have kids, they treat me as well as she does him. Because my brain's definitely going to end up like his. And y'all have to see it on stream for a bit there before I just give that up too.
Hey, Cuff.
The whoosh. Well, it's good that you don't drink anymore. I get, like, if I've never had a drink at somewhere, like if I'm at a new restaurant or something like that and I've never had one of their drinks, I usually try to get something I would like. And every time I go there, I try to get one drink of, like, a different drink that they have, like their main stuff. Like when I go to Cheddar's, I would try like their painkiller one time, then whatever the other one is. I really like their painkillers. They're really good, especially with steak or, you know, meat. I forget what, I'm pretty sure that was a place I got steak at. But yeah, I always try to get a new drink at new places because it really does, you know, it's fun to do. But I don't go out of my way to like drink. So I get that. I only just stopped getting carded in the last couple of years because of the beard. Every time I shave it down, though, they're just like, "Heh, show me your card."
Speaking of Bob, how come he didn't turn into a zombie? He came right through the break with us.
I'd say he was mostly break zombie already, wouldn't you?
Put it on.
Strange how Auden seems to love Bob so much.
Strange?
How's it
Why?
strange?
Well, I don't exactly think the world of my parents. I guess being left on your own for years doesn't hit everybody the same way.
And why should it? Humans are horrendously complex creatures, after all.
Sure.
Olivia. Barely knew the kid, but she just stuck with me. She had fire.
And now it's been extinguished. Somebody has to pay. Let us proceed to the archives, then.
It's in the upper city, right?
You know, a lot of things in games like this and other things would just work a lot better if people just communicate.
You there.
Yes.
It's about Serobian. Actually, it's about everything. The city, too. We owe you our thanks. Had you not been here, who knows how many more would have suffered?
I could have done more.
Please. I know you are in pain, but you must not lose heart. The bard at the square, Wallace. Do you know him?
Yes.
He may be a frivolous, nonsensical sort of person, but his talent is undeniable. Perhaps a tune might do you good. Truly, his music has the power to soothe the soul.
Aww. Do you have a crush
you're
on
not
him?
telling me she's... Really? That foppish nonsense?
No, no. Of course not. My feelings are not... I mean, of course Never mind. His music gives me a certain courage, that's all.
Uh-huh. Don't deny
A
your
sense
feelings.
that it may not be altogether foolish to hope for a brighter tomorrow.
Wow, I guess I'll have to listen harder.
You plan to face Tantasila, do you not? Those of my line have long been her most faithful protectors. Though such a legacy is no longer one to speak of with pride. Take care. She is not to be trifled with.
3 XP just for talking.
Dutiful sword maiden
away.
and the foppish bard, eh? What a pair.
Yeah, it's like the plot of a corny romance novel.
Oh, stop. You're also judgmental.
Don't you think we
He's
better
gonna
learn
rock
more about
his
Sylar before charging off into the wilds?
I would like to know how I haven't already done basically everything.
Robian Keen, returned to us at last. Who would have thought it? I'm from Janoon, you know. Same as him. Does a
His
lot
last
for the
name's
old civic pride, having countrymen like that. I can tell you.
I like your outfit. It's all like fur lined and stuff, but I can't quite see your chest because it's so dang dark. Alright, you know, it's probably pretty cool.
We cannot leave the city yet. How are we to defeat an enemy we know nothing of?
I'm working on it. Clearly see me jogging that way. Cat.
A cat?
Great
flighty little creature. Worth chasing it down, perhaps.
What'd you want us to find here?
Why do you even ask? Humans aren't complex, we're just POV orcs. These cats are slow. Yeah, seriously, I was just thinking that in my head. I'm just like, man, they're slower than my run speed, but faster than my walk, like, jog speed. This is bullcrap.
You let me here on purpose, didn't you?
Same why they use the same exact lines for each of them. That's the third one with the same lines. At least I can touch it.
You're no Homer, but you're cute.
Greetings.
Greetings. Good morrow. Yeah. Mad skills.
Is it true you mean to face Tanta Sila on your own? Yes. I must say, you don't look like a girl with a death wish.
That's because I'm gonna chuck rocks at her until she, pounds sand with her face. Like a boss.
Huh.
Yeah, library.
So these are the archives.
Catch!
Whoa! What is this? And who are you?
I'm the archivist. Auden told me you were clever. How do you not know what a book is?
No, I know what a book is. You don't look like an archivist.
You don't look like a hero.
That's because I'm not.
I used to be a blacksmith before.
I can tell.
Built weapons for the very woman that raided our city. She and I were quite close. She trusted me, and I trusted her.
Sorry.
No matter, it was another time. She was another woman, as was I. Keep up!
I think I found the most gorgeous woman in the city.
Everybody in this town batshit crazy? Okay, so how do you go from a blacksmith to a librarian?
Archivist! And a smart woman knows when to shift her purpose for the needs of her people. Catch!
What is this?
It's the floor plan of Silas Castle.
What are you, my fairy godmother?
Name's Johidi. You're the one that's planning on facing off with Sila.
Well, the name's Frey, and it sounds like you don't think I'm up to the task.
She sounds awesome.
Tanta Sila is the strongest and most formidable of all the Tantas.
Plus her outfit looks fucking
She controlled
sharp.
the army, crushing the weak, even without the weapons that I forged for her. Crushing them with her bare hands.
I'm beginning to have second thoughts about this.
This batty old harridan needs to shut her mouth.
You would be doing our land a great service by killing her. Rid us of Tanta Sila, and the corruption in her realm will stop spreading. But no. I doubt you'll actually succeed. Before you
Start
go,
with the hardest one.
I would suggest that you learn all that you can about the Tantas. The archives, full of books about them.
Definitely not my fairy godmother.
A little bit, yeah. That's someone who's seen a lot of death. I'm kind of thinking that though. I think we're taking on the hardest one first. The one that'll straight like punch a hole through your head, or punch you so hard that your brain forgets how to function and becomes the size of a quarter. Just goes and squishes into the back of your skull on your way to hit a wall. Yeah, her eyes are a little dead. But yeah, as a whole though, she looks cool. Like she's wearing like velvet and stuff. Ah, man. If I was gonna be a woman, that's the kind of woman I want to be. Blacksmith, now archivist. The floor plan of Prenos Castle, Johidi. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I'm actually surprised. So I guess some people like her know that the break is coming from, or the corruption at least is coming from the Tantas. So what corrupted them is my big question. Maybe it's that dragon. I don't know. The floor plan of Pronos Castle, Jahidi gave to Frey. It was originally drafted as the castle was being built, and as such may not be the exact representation of its final layout. The stronghold looks to be nigh impenetrable, with walls capable of keeping almost any enemy at bay, although interestingly a narrow passage appears to lead from the walls right to the throne room at the castle's heart. Cool. Good to know. History of the Tauntas. For as long as anyone can remember, our land has been ruled over by the Tauntas. Blessed be their names. It is not for us to know how their powers came to be. We need only to give thanks for the countless occasions on which they have delivered us from catastrophe. Greatest and most notable among such acts of deliverance being their purge of nefarious Redig. They deserve nothing less than our unquestioning love and respect, for it is they who make us Athian.
So they used to rule Athia,
So be cool.
and people used to like them.
Yes, although you'd never guess that now.
No dip, Cuff. Suppose I am your only friend, so you literally have no one else to talk to. Sorry, stupid chemical burn on my hand is hurting. It's that time of the year where they just keep getting annoying. Leave it be for now. If I ignore it, it won't hurt.
You're here to read, you say? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just no one in Sipal has any interest in books these days.
Oh, I'm sorry that I can read. A-hole. Pretty sure he's just more surprised that I can read at all, because, like, the literacy rate does seem really low. That wasn't, like, necessarily, he wasn't trying to jab me and be like, you can read? Haha, yeah, right. He probably read at, you know, a toddler's level. Thing is, realistically, how the hell are we reading this? I don't remember if they explained that yesterday. I remember they explained that she was having trouble reading. Like, the English made sense in language-wise, but their writing was beyond her understanding. Hey, I got it. Ow. Without warning, our fallen protectors became our oppressors. The difference in their conduct was stark and perplexing. They were aggressive, hateful, warped mockeries of their former selves. Tanta Scylla and Prav suddenly trusted no one, going so far as to intentionally harm innocents. Tanta Cinta and Olas vanished entirely, abandoning their subjects to the encroaching corruption. This is the sad state of Athia today. A land governed by no one and ruled by nothing but fear. Seems legit.
Can't say I envy these people. Their rulers did some super fucked up shit.
I doubt many of them would disagree.
Walks. All right. All right. What's next? Give me this random scroll book. As the corruption continued to ravage our lands, robbing us of our food, our homes, and even our lives, we prepared for the Tauntas to save us, as they have saved Athia so many times before. And yet, even as we trembled with fear, the cognizance told us what we could not bring ourselves to believe, that their corruption was coming from the very castles of the Tantas themselves, and that our former protectors may be the source of the blight that assailed us. My guess is they
Wait,
figured out a
it
new
was the Tantas who
superpower,
caused the break?
and they were
What
like,
the hell happened to them?
I think more than a few of their former subjects came to wonder the same thing.
yeah, I'm gonna guess that there was like some kind of new power that they figured out. And they're like, oh, we can be more powerful than ever, even though everything's fine. You know, if it ain't broke, let's fix it. So they went full fix-it mode, and it ended up corrupting them and, you know, flipping them 180 to being piece of crap, which is 100% possible.
Let's see. A study of miracles.
Miracles.
It appears to be an in-depth analysis of what makes the Tanta's magic so powerful.
Spellcraft challenges. You can find the details of challenges through which phase spells can be improved in ancient books dotted around Athea. Pick a spell, accept the related challenge, and meet the conditions in order to upgrade that spell. What does that mean? You can check all challenges you've undertaken in the magic screen. Wait, so are they like version 2.0 type of thing? Or is it like, I'm guessing 2.0. Instead of what I was thinking, where it's like I didn't have to spend the mana to buy the spell, I could have just did the thing. Anyways, all right. Rescued? More like under new management. Such a good freaking movie. They don't make them like that anymore. I mean that the best way. Yeah, let's do all these ones first. Yeah, this one would be an easy one to knock out quickly. Wait, can I do them all? Oh. Can't take any more spellcraft challenges. Alright, so we'll knock out
I
those two
wonder if
first.
you might learn something from it. Pick up some tips and tricks for your own magic, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. I could use the help.
Oh, and this is the year I'm going to get all the VA stuff done too. Not only will I be cosplaying, I'm getting my VA shit done. Now that I don't have to worry about some old timer giving me COVID as much. Like, I hope not anyways. I've gone this long without getting COVID. I don't want to get it. I don't want it. Can you read this? Oh, Locked Labyrinths. Perhaps one of Athea's greatest mysteries, the truth behind the locked labyrinths found across the land. It is not known precisely what magic keeps them sealed. The Tantas may well have locked them themselves, as they are the only ones who have ever been known to enter. They are rumored to be treacherous places guarded by terrifying beasts. As for what these beasts may be trying to protect, legend has it that ancient relics lie in the bowels of each one, alongside writings left by the first Tanta herself. Wait, so there's like an alpha Tanta?
That
and
thing
then
we
the
read,
floor
it
underneath,
was written
maybe?
by the first ever Tanta.
And it sounds like there might still be more
Or
of
were
them to find.
Tantas always passed
Wouldn't
down?
hurt to learn more. Guess we could keep an
Like
eye
a
out.
passed down title. Kind of like the Dread Pirate Robinson.
So, the Tantas had superpowers that they used to keep Athea safe. And the people loved them for it, worshipped them even. But then something changed. Instead of protecting the people, they started making them suffer. And then the break appeared.
An admirably pithy précis.
But it doesn't make any sense. Why would they just go crazy like that? That's enough for now. Think I'm pretty clued up on the Tanta basics.
Then I suggest we depart.
I talked to the cool lady real quick.
You're here to read, you say? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just no one in Sipal has any interest in books these days.
Oh, I meant to say, that was good, what you did for Robian. Haven't seen Alden that happy in a long time.
You two friends?
She tells me things. She's been coming here ever since she could read. She told me all about you. So, which is it? Do you want to go home, or do you want to be a hero?
A little bit of both. Column A, column B. I want Silo to pay.
Doesn't matter what you want now.
You just smash your face into the dirt.
How do you figure?
The people have decided to believe in you, so you better not let them down. Now clear off. I've
No,
got
I'm
things to do.
You clear off.
What's this?
What is it? A random nugget. A metallic remnant of some long since rusted human implement or other. The material itself shows no physical signs of the break's influence, but it's actually been imbued with magic, powerful magic, making it a very useful crafting material.
The sly old devil must have slipped it in there when you weren't looking.
Cool. So now I think that means I'm caught up or ahead. Nothing else. Nothing else. Oh. Alright, one more with her. She has one more thing to say to me.
I'm busy.
Oh, never mind. We had a question mark before, so I was confused. Come on, get up there. The amount of not running this game makes me do inside the city hurts my soul. I want to run wild and free. It also needs an auto run feature in this game. There's a lot of just go forward. Did I talk to you before? Oh yeah,
You're the criminal who came from the corruption.
And
Anything else you need to do before we leave? Hurry up if you're still not done with what you need to do here.
New detour URL. Open the menu. Check them out. Hey, okay. Do I have to, sir? Anyways, we'll figure it out from there. Now, can I make my big jump now? Fun that time.
Hello there. Can I get you something? Why not try your luck again tomorrow? None of the folks from Praenos look too happy. Blame them, really. Time was they couldn't sing their...
Goodbye. I feel like she's Spider-Man. Because I keep looking at her cloak and it has that Spider-Man look about it.
again, eh?
Oh, you don't have to hold shift, you just tap it? Oh, that's good to know. Oh, she goes right into the sprint. Alright, cool.
The buildings here are something else.
Yes. I believe it's where the great and the good of Sepolian society live.
I'm Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. Yeah, I need to rewatch that movie. There's like a whole bunch of movies I've been wanting to rewatch lately, like all the Mel Brooks stuff.
Did the Cognitions Guild really collapse? Just think how much priceless knowledge must have been lost. The other guilds remain standing, of course, but for how long?
Of course they didn't die first. Ugh. You want to rule people? Easiest way. Make it so they can't read. Keep them stupid.
Why are you still in Sepol, child?
You want to get like punched in the gob? Are you being nice? Are you being an asshole? Or are you being like, go get our vengeance? What's your deal?
We allowed you to go free only because you said you would go to Tanta Sila yourself. I would advise you not to go back on your word.
Yeah, she seems cool.
Wait, is that Olivia's name?
Among others, yes. This is a record of those who perished.
Rather a morbid thing to be jotting down, don't you think?
Have to.
Your recklessness
Part of the
resulted in the
history.
deaths of many innocents.
I wasn't reckless.
My recklessness? I wasn't the one who almost got Auden killed.
Better to lose one life than countless others. Or do you disagree?
Her accent and everything feels very Dragon Age to me. I like it. I guess I don't disagree exactly. Can't be. I don't fucking know.
That what you wanted to hear? Good. I guess since you're such a believer, you won't mind being the one making the sacrifice next time. Yeah. Now if you're done preaching. Look, let me make it simple for you. Sila's going down. And no one is getting sacrificed.
Oh, so Panda.
Least of all me.
Do you know what comes out tomorrow? And we're going to be playing.
I have to say, I'm not hugely convinced by the people in charge around here. With that kind of attitude, they'll have sacrificed the
Googling,
whole
that's
city
cheating.
before long.
Don't get me started.
Hey. Level up.
Tanta Sila is waiting, child.
Your mom's waiting on me. So that was actually cool. I didn't even know that was there last time. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not sure. Oh wait, that's the dice game. What is the point of this exclamation? Let me zoom in more. There we go. Okay, so there is something to do over there, and I just miss it because I'm not good at this. We'll get it on the way out. The Dead Space remake, that's supposed to be different in some ways than the original, and I'm excited to play it, so we're gonna
No
do
one's
that
doing
tomorrow.
very much, are they? I suppose there's not a lot to do.
Yeah, even in the lower city, only a few of the people seemed actually busy.
I'm selling it for
Surprised there's
normal
only so
price and
much
not that
work to
$70
go around.
bullcrap. I'm still not quite okay with it being full price, but if it's that different, I'm excited. I don't remember, were you there when I did the OG Dead Space series? Like after 3 came out, I did all 3 in a row. back in like 2017 or so. Olivia.
If only I could have protected you.
What if I hit her with a
can't
rock?
change anything now, but
And that's how she died.
still wish I could have spoken to you one last time.
Like if I would use a lock-on system, she wouldn't have died. So I wouldn't have missed. It would have been like full-on aimbot. You weren't? Okay. I wasn't sure because I'm like, I know that was around the time when I did Witcher, but I don't remember. That was many years ago now, and it's quite hazy. Confusing. I just want to go that way. Why can she jump higher against that one and not against that one?
What?
Thing up there? Oh. Okay. Let's see how we're gonna do this. And
Still can't walk around up here without feeling on edge.
ninja.
You did rather give them the runaround.
They did rather throw me in jail for no reason.
Yeah, the bastards. Stupid intact windows. Keeping me from going the derpy easy way because I'm a gamer. Oh yeah, invisible walls, fun.
It's certainly very different from the lower city up here.
Yep, it is. Okay, so just kind of run that way.
Why
think
though?
that's over in the farm
What's so
area.
special about this part of town?
These days, that it offers just that little extra distance from the break.
I hate that that's the only power I can use. Like while I'm in the city, I can't use anything else. It's still just that. Okay, I think that's gonna be up on the wall, so it's gonna be a way up there. Especially since I don't have my super cool parkour jumping at the moment. Oh, never mind. It's on the wall.
Let's
Oh,
see.
hi, kitty. Face it, Black and White Cat Part 2.
Flighty little creature. Worth chasing it down, perhaps.
Yeah, apparently the new Dead Space is supposed to be different in enough ways that it's supposed to justify the AAA price. So I'm hoping that'll actually be worth the money, because Callisto Protocol did not scratch the itch I wanted it to.
What'd you want us to find here?
Even ask.
Aw, is this for me?
Of course it wanted you to find it. Pet the kitty, it was good.
Aw, aren't you just the cutest?
Okay.
Aw, aren't you?
That was some kind of weird quest marker. Alright. Gotta stop by the trader at this point. Pistol Protocol also ran like crap, so there's that. That part wasn't fun. Like, this game's locked to 60 frames for some reason. I can get up to 80 or 90 according to the benchmark I did yesterday on it. But, it doesn't let me, do that for whatever reason. It's just locked at 60. I like the rushing wind every time I jump and leap.
Let's have a look, shall we?
Oh, incredibly sized mushroom. Let's see that.
Thank you very much. And here. Do come again.
Door stuck. Bless you, random NPC.
Feels a little more... What's the matter, Bob?
Hear what she said. I even stopped pressing forward.
It was here. I know it was. Here, and then it disappeared. Yes. It was no small thing. Not to me. No bauble. No. Certainly no trifle.
So he's lost something important? Sorry, my gibberish is patchy.
Yeah, seems like it. Guess we better help him find it.
What? Why?
Never know. Might have something to do with a Tirana.
I suppose. Just don't forget what you're actually meant to be doing.
Wonder where he lost whatever it was.
Well, he did get in a bit of a scuffle with those guards.
Good point. Let's head back over there and take a look.
See, new stuff just popping up for like no reason. No event, apparently. I'm glad they mark it all on the map, or else I'd miss half this stuff, and now we've already left the city. But apparently you can only do this like now. If I leave, it'll all kind of go undone one way or another.
The Ballad tree is something of a symbol of the city.
Like the staff?
I was listening to that. Stuff.
Hey, you're one of the guards from before, right?
Hmm? Oh. You're the one who was with Auden.
Yeah. So Robian, he didn't drop anything when you were restraining him, did he?
Not that I remember. I did see him coming this way from the upper city a little while back, though. Maybe someone he passed along the way saw something.
Okay. Thanks.
It didn't used to be like that, you know?
So I hear.
He was the one who brought everyone here when the corruption swallowed Junoon. Should have been Tanta Cinta. But he was the only other person she would have trusted to do it. Now look at him. Anyway, listen to me talking your ear off. I'm sure you've got more important things to do. Here. Take this.
You're actually pretty cool for a guard. Maybe not a cab.
Thanks for bringing him
what
back
would it
to
be?
us.
A gab, I meant.
Sure. People sure love Bob, huh?
Yes, although I still struggle to picture the old him.
Maybe not all guards are bastards. The lost property doesn't appear to be in the grove. Try searching Appa City. Make sure it's marked. I'm so ninja.
You looking for something?
Hi. You didn't see Robian come this way, did you?
I did, yes. He walked past a little while ago. Dropped this, as a matter of fact.
Oh, thank you for being cool.
Huh. Some kind of animal bone, right?
No, it's just a jaw, like human jaw. Piece of bone gave to Frey while she was searching for Robian. It appears to have been part of the unnerving headdress he was wearing when she first met him in the Cognizance Guild in Prenost. A closer look reveals it not to be as crude as one might initially appear. It's been meticulously filed into its current shape and decorated with intricate carvings. Does not look very intricate.
Yes, the one the old man was wearing. But I'm not sure it's what we're looking for.
Good, where was your yachty? Bro.
And who do we have here, eh?
Hey, you seen Robian around?
Robian? Ah, Master Kane, you mean. Sorry, young lady.
Oh, no worries. Thanks anyway.
No luck there.
Oh, God, why am I so yawny?
Excuse me? You didn't see Robian around here, did you?
Robian Keene? Yes, he was pottering about the place not so long ago, in fact. Looking for something, if I'm not mistaken. Then he seemed to have some sort of brainwave and wandered off. Rather put me in mind of the old days, I must say. He used to pace back and forth like a madman when he had something on his mind. Walked holes in many a carpet.
Guess you knew him pretty well.
You could say that, yes. He was something of a mentor of mine. It's a dreadful shame, him having lost his memory to the corruption, but I hold him in the highest regard nonetheless.
Oh.
Thanks for sharing.
You seem like a genuinely good dude.
Seems the
Even though
old
your
man
accent
still
and
commands a
clothes
fair
make you look
amount
like
of
an a-hole.
respect, even now.
Yeah. Guess he's given a lot for these people.
Lost property doesn't appear to be in a try searching the lost property and other places, like the lower city. while I'm coming through here, since I'd be here.
There's a sort
anyway.
of surface presentability to these people, but they're all a little scruffy around the edges.
Who thinks about fashion at a time like this?
Those who want to escape reality, I'd imagine.
Is it true you mean to face Tanta Sila on your own? I must say, you don't look like a girl with a death wish.
Oh, you're that guy. Come on. They had something to say. Like something important. Oh, is this the same thing I already did? Yeah, we'll do it again.
If only I could have protected you. I know
Still
I can't.
wish I...
Okay, bye. Alright, so we've already done those. Bye. I feel like the fact that there's options means that there's gonna be more people dying. I'm gonna have to pray for. Or, Hey, I got extra stamina. Got 4 instead of 3 now. That's Q. Oh. It was fully gonna
Doubt
leap
there are
off.
many places for criminals to hide in a town this small.
Yeah, not much in the way of crowds to slip into either.
All in all, not the best place to exercise one's villainous urges.
Excuse me, miss?
Yes.
You know the funny old man, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Bob?
He dropped this earlier and walked off without noticing.
Oh, nice. I've been
You're a
looking
great
for this.
Kid. Give him money.
think.
Or something.
Thanks.
Medical textbook. This weathered medical textbook has clearly seen a lot of use over the years. The writing is still just about legible, but it's largely incomprehensible to anyone unfamiliar with the field of medicine. Judging by the bookmarks sandwiched in between the pages, Robian was reading about contagious diseases and how to prevent their spread. Given how much he cares about the people of Sepal, it seems likely he was trying to apply his knowledge to finding a cure for the break. Oh, the break!
This book is mad old. Can barely even make out the words.
Luckily, the words are none of our concern.
Can't we walk and talk?
Can we hurry up and get it back to him?
I'm trying. Ain't my fault there's like a million quests on the way out the door.
Hey, Bob. The thing you were looking for. It was this book, right?
No.
Seemingly not.
For real? But I went all over to find this thing.
Father, Oh, sorry. Were you two in the middle of something?
No, all good.
I found this when I was tidying up.
A bookmark?
I made it for him when I was little. I drew us all on it. Father, Mother, And there's me.
You found it at last. My heart, my past. Found it.
That's cute.
Thank you, Auden.
What a great
my
dad.
Dear, darling girl.
Even when he's all jacked up.
Better leave him to it.
What's supposed to do with this bone and book? Book bone. I thought it was funny.
Bob never stopped thinking about Auden that whole time, huh?
A pity to think that he might still forget her after all he's been through.
Bookmark Auden made for her parents as a child. It features the drawing of the Keene family as well as a heartfelt "I love you" scrawled on the back. While the many years that have passed since its creation have left it somewhat discolored, it's in remarkably good condition for its age, probably due to painstaking care with which it has been treated. That's nice. I forgot Auden was about to say something. Hello.
I still haven't thanked you properly, have I?
No need. We had a deal.
Yes, the journals for my father's notes on the Tirana. The thing is, you've brought me so much more than a few journals. Truly, Frey. Surely there must be something I can do. Come on, anything.
Okay, you could make me something? Can't remember the last time I had a home-cooked meal.
Oh,
What, does she not cook?
What?
Oh, nothing. A promise is a promise.
She doesn't
Now,
cook.
let's see.
She makes medicine, but she doesn't cook. She's gonna
You
make
could've
one
said
of this
something,
horrible.
you know?
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised, though. You always struck me as Little Miss Perfect.
Sadly not, as you can see.
Yeah, just tear the skin off and
Yeah,
eat the
I can
meat.
see.
For all the trouble, here goes nothing. I don't think I can eat this. Looks delicious. Chow time. Let's be nice.
What?
You heard
The
me.
crispier the better,
It
if you ask
looks
me. Brings out all the
delicious.
flavor.
The
Oh,
fakest
yeah.
fucking chewing sounds.
Thank you, Frey. You're too kind, really. Sorry, again.
Hey, I'm the one who asked you to cook. And besides, I had fun.
Me too.
How about we just make it a drink next time?
I'd like that, yes.
Cooking. Auden may be talented in many things, but cooking isn't one of them. She did once enjoy being in the kitchen, but the less than enthusiastic reactions to her creations seem to have dampened her enthusiasm over time. It's not entirely her fault, though. Her mother was a very practical woman and not given to enjoyment of things for their own sake. Hardly inspiring start for a budding culinary artiste. An artiste, eh?
Well, I must say, you're braver than me.
That's good.
I would have given it to the poor girl straight. I wouldn't feed this disaster to my worst enemy. Something along those lines.
Believe me, I was close.
Nah. But she knows she has to do better. I don't have to tell her that. Ah, it's so bright. I'm just staying here in the shade for a second. Alright. Perfect.
Buildings around here look a little shabby. Maybe we could help fix things up.
I'd imagine it's more a lack of materials than a lack of will. Wood, in particular.
Yeah, guess it must be hard finding more if you can't leave the city.
Just take what you can. Give nothing back.
There was a dear, sweet young girl.
Oh.
Used to come here, you know.
This.
Name of Olivia.
Okay, so is that it? Just walking to there? Yeah, I guess.
The next stage of the...
Dang it.
You? What are you
wanna hear
still
what she had
doing
to
in
say.
Sepal? You will not escape Tanta Sila's wrath, you know. Her enemies receive no quarter. None.
Is she from Praenost? Seems rather keen on Sila.
Maybe she can tell us more about her.
What was she like?
She was hard on others, but no harder than she was on herself. Beneath that stern exterior lies a warmer heart. Her desire to protect the people of Athia. This is what drives her.
Protect? Is that what you call smashing shit up and killing people?
What use is there in talking to one as corrupted as you?
How am I corrupted?
Sorry I asked. Why do I even care who she is or who she used to be? She killed Olivia. That's all that matters.
You trespassed upon her realm. You are a threat, and as such, are not to be tolerated.
Just because I walked over some imaginary line? Shit, should have brought a passport.
There is no just when it comes to trespass on sacred ground, girl. Especially not when the ground in question belongs to one so powerful. It was your fault the city was attacked. Tanta Sila wished only to drive out the threat.
And she clearly wasn't the only one.
She is the Tanta of strength, blessed with the power to fortify both mind and body.
That sounds tricky to deal with.
And her gifts do not end there. She is a leader under whose unflinching discipline whole armies cower. Her mere presence on the battlefield is enough to strike terror into the hearts of her enemies.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
I'm gonna
She's
smack her in the
one
face with a rock.
stone cold, badass bitch.
Yeah.
As long as you remain, the city remains in danger. Tanta Sila may yet be forced to destroy us all. You
No
must go
one's
to
forcing
her
her to do anything.
and be punished for your crimes.
Oh, I'll go to her all right. And when I find her, she's dead.
I'm gonna pelt her with rocks until she gives up, and then I'm gonna bury her under them. Then I'm gonna laugh at her face.
You think you're capable of killing a Tanta? Then you are utterly deluded.
Okay. We'll see who laughs last.
Oi, miss!
Huh?
Yes. Children.
My friend told me you have a strange glowing object you keep in your pocket.
And I'll... Oh, you mean this?
What is that?
It's called a smartphone. How do I put this? It's like a thing that lets you talk to people far away, or turn what you see into pictures.
Whoa! Does that mean it could turn what you see into pictures of outside support?
Yeah, I guess.
I've only seen drawings of the outside in books. Could you bring us pictures?
I don't see why not. Just don't expect too much, okay? I'm not a great photographer.
I don't know what that is, but thank you. I'm so excited.
Cool. Oh, word.
Okay, so maybe not worth crap.
Photo spots. Take a picture at the photo spots marked on the map so you can show them to the children back at Sepal. The more pictures you take, the more photo mode features you'll unlock.
Not really a big camera person, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure they'd be delighted with anything you show them. It's not like they have much else to look forward to. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to stop by on occasion, lend them a little cheer.
You're right. It won't cost me much, and I bet it would mean a lot to them.
Oh crap, there was something. Hey, free level up. Just for showing up. Praise Journey and Oath of Vengeance completed. We on chapter 4 yet?
Are you ready then?
Yeah.
Was it chapter
Time to
3
go
we're on?
kill that bitch.
Finally, I can super sprint and stuff. Locations marked on Odin's map have been added to the world map. Depths of Corruption. Kronos. Fort Kronos. Castle ramparts. Kronos Castle itself.
We have a long journey ahead of us. I suggest we make our way to the fortress first. It's not too far from the castle.
You really do know everything, don't you?
No, I simply happen to have looked at the map.
Let's start our charge. We'll see if we can get up on the wall.
How are you holding up?
I guess I'll just...
I've got some juice left.
shit. Oh.
What the fuck is down there?
Somewhere a little more dangerous than our usual haunts, but you'll be fine. Probably.
Comforting, thanks. All right. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Ooh.
Sorry, I'm off my game because I haven't had to shoot anything in like 2 hours. Being cooped up in that city's no bueno. Just touch the thing. Okay, we got it.
Now's your chance.
On it! Whoa! That'll do it. Yeah! Here it comes. Here it comes. Eat it! Huh. What's this?
You always miss the commotion when there's no one around, don't you?
Believe me, you're plenty of commotion all by yourself.
And
something's there. What should we do?
To pretend we didn't notice? Ooh. Ready? Let me at him.
what is force?
Well, do something.
Got you on your toes now. You ready? We got this. Here it comes.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. Oh. All right. Aha! Yeah.
I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not? Get in there. Oh.
Dang it. Dang it. You missed and you still somehow hit.
Oh yeah. Here it comes. Getting kinda sore.
Quick breather.
Yeah, the more I get hit, the less XP I get. Boo. Oh, look. Power. Three uppies.
We got this, right? Oh, damn!
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping. You ready?
There we go. I was wondering where the other ones went. I was like, I swear I just saw them.
Hey. Got one for ya. Think that's all of them.
Seems like it. Nice work.
I guess I can't hold more.
Huh. Ah, yeah. Here it comes. That's it.
Give me muscles, or give me death. Defense plus 5. Frey's defense power is improved. Monument.
Still not enough?
Focus, Frey.
Tower over there.
Oh.
Salmon Amina.
I sense a hostile presence. Be on your guard.
Yeah. Stay frosty. Got it.
Man. I wonder if this can make it. Oh, hey. Oh yeah, are my things done?
Something's there. What shall we do?
Could pretend we didn't notice. Ah!
Oh, maybe that's the way across. Instead of just trying to figure it out at the door.
Open your eyes.
Oh wait, that's.
Believe me,
I thought that was some kind of weird stone thing. I was like, ooh, ooh.
Come on.
Look out!
Ready for this? That'll do it. Let me at him. Okay, here we go. Nope, not working. I'm sorry, alright?
Don't leave me out.
Ugh, what a pain. Ah. Yeah. Uh-oh. That'll do it.
Now might be a good time to heal yourself.
Alright.
I am very aware of that. Thanks. That's not doing much. Got him. That'll do it. Yeah. Here it comes. Had to work a little there.
Oh, man.
Only a little?
That was such a pain. Yeah, I thought that was just some cool shiny rock like the ones I see on the wall. Loot blue. There's never anything in there.
Wonder how long this thing's been here.
Certainly longer than you've been alive.
Here it comes. Ha! Whoa! Bring in the pain! Yeah. You ready?
That'll do it.
All right.
What? I dodged. Last chance block. If Frey receives a heavy blow enough to reduce her health to 0, Cuff will become unable to protect her.
Yeah.
Hit.
Not
good. Frey, can you hear me, Frey?
No, I just kind of took a rock to the face. Oh, please tell me it's saved after the bear. Oh, come on. You're going to make me refight the bear? At least have my healing back.
This one seems like something of a handful.
Yep. Better start pulling your weight. Nope.
Get out of the way.
Yeah, I have no healing.
This looks like a big one.
Here it comes. Come on.
I'm way too used to ADS.
Are you
I don't know why you keep being
Just about. Here it comes. Whoa! That's not doing much.
Yeah.
No. No.
The fact that I don't get my heal back is stupid. Since I wanted a quick save, I guess, before the fight for no reason, even though I should have quick saved after the fucking fight.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping.
Dick. So hopefully we'll both get some good hits in. I just have to wait for that to recharge now. I mean, Nora started the fight, but I want to hit him with the most.
I sense a hostile presence. Be on your guard.
No dip,
Yeah.
Cuff.
Stay frosty.
I'm
Got
literally
it.
looking at it. Come on, Cuff. What is this, your first day?
Something's there. What shall we do?
Could pretend we didn't notice.
I sense a hostile presence. Be on your guard.
Yeah. Stay frosty. Got it.
Something's there. What shall we do?
Could pretend we didn't notice.
They're very chatty right now. Alright, are we good? Are we up?
There.
This one certainly stands out from the crowd.
Whoopee.
Just do what you do best.
Come on.
Look out!
I don't even know if that hurt him. I think he somehow dodged it. I almost feel like one of the heroes from like My Hero Academia. The way they're moving and stuff.
That's not doing much. Whoa!
Let me at him. Nope, not working.
Run! Or just take it. I swear, how many times is that ever gonna pop up? Like, I want to turn off the tutorials at this point. Because, like, how are we still in the tutorial process?
Ah, yeah. That'll do it.
Bye.
Got you on your toes now. This isn't over.
Just terrible shot. Terrible shot.
This looks like a big one.
From now on, I'm going to call my special move that. Terrible shot. We actually use the lock-on system, so I focus on that.
All right.
Yeah, it didn't even do any damage to him until I hit him.
I think we're in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, no dip, Sherlock.
Yeah, you need to heal up. Here it comes.
That little flower hits harder than I do.
Are you still with me, Frey?
I was consistently hitting for 11. And all my little attacks are hitting for 6. My big ones maybe, what, 15, 20? Something like that. It's so good. Alright, now to open this.
Back in the game.
Oh, I got help this time.
You got this, right?
Got this.
We got this.
No way, he's harder than a bear. Especially now that I know your tells. Big smelly wiener! Wait, how did he attack through my dodge? I know it's unblockable, but you miss. Like, yeah, you can't block something that actually hits you, but if it doesn't hit you, why the hell is it still hit?
Put yourself together.
See, right there, I did a backflip. Alright, now let's see if it'll load the save I just made. He's dead, right? He's alive for some reason. Load the game. Okay. Are
Just
you
breathe,
fucking kidding
You'll never
me?
hit anything otherwise.
I don't understand.
Not helping. Nope, not working.
Fuck this.
Look
I'm not doing
out!
this. Have fun. Haha. Nerd.
Incoming.
Nice try. Melly wiener.
That kind of magic.
Oh,
requires
okay. They
more
follow
rage.
you.
Kind of guessed that already. Let me at him. That's not doing much. Ha-ha! Bullseye!
What's the big attack hits for that much? Alright, lost aggro. Good, good. Alright, back to what I was doing. Come on. Such a pain in the ass. I like how every cliff is just too high, just barely for my stupid ability, so I have to like run around until I find a way.
Yeah. No monsters here,
Stuck
huh?
again.
Are you hoping for a little exercise?
At least it resets you. That has stamina now. It only has so much sprint, and then the next one starts.
Nobody's home.
Nope, but they were.
You can
Once.
extend it by jumping over.
Yes, sad to see the remnants of people's former lives.
There was a battle here.
Looks more like a massacre to me.
Aww. Look at them. They're so cute, they think they're people.
You're fucking kidding!
Don't just stand there! I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not? Oh. Got one for ya. You ready? Yeah. Got you on your toes now. Here it comes.
Your chest may well contain highly valuable items. Luckily, all you have to do is unlock them by defeating the environment.
I think I need to take a break.
No one's stopping you. Shall we find somewhere?
Ah!
It's not much, but you never know.
Ah! Ah! Huh. What's this?
Well, I don't understand the scatter shot 2 one. Let me see. Oh, that's this one. No. Go back to it. I'm not trying to convert them. I don't understand the challenge. Take 6 pictures and show them to the children. Alright, so none of this tells me.
Let's see. What do we got?
Fulsa. The necklace once worn by Tantacinta. Its name means flower. Increase the effects of Frey's signature purple magic. I don't really know what that means, so. I guess that means like light attacks. Here's the thing.
We need to get out of here, now.
Indeed.
Oh! Whoa!
Now's your chance.
On it! Uh-oh!
I'm going to hazard a guess that you're feeling somewhat peaky.
If that means like shit, then yeah, I'm feeling peaky.
That's quite a find.
Burst shot. Let's try burst shot for a minute. Prenost. I always thought it would be cold. Sounded like a
Hey,
land
Cuff.
covered in snow.
So, how come you came to Athia back whenever that was?
What do you mean?
You said you came here from somewhere else, right? How come?
I suppose you could say I was sent here as a messenger. But by the time I arrived, things between the Tantas had deteriorated to the point where they had no desire to listen. They didn't want to hear what I had to say, so they silenced me.
Damn. So they turned you into a cuff? That sucks. What do you think made the Tantas go mad?
If I remember correctly, dissension grew between them. It led to a power struggle. A rift opened up. A rift from which the corruption grew. And where once they worked in perfect harmony, now they stand divided. They retreated to the safety of their kingdoms, and the break soon spread in their wake.
So did the break cause the madness, or the other way around?
It all seems to have happened at around the same time. What's so special about this New York of yours, then?
Hey, you said it correctly.
Central Park in the fall. Oh, and Kanish.
Kanish?
Potato pockets of toasty heaven. My troubles seem to disappear for the 3 to 5 minutes it takes for me to demolish one.
You paint such a vivid picture.
It just sounds like... Alright, if I've never heard the word demolish used in that term, like, I would totally think she just sets it down and like beats the shit out of it for like 5 minutes, and she's like, alright, I feel bad. Like... Oh, there we go. Finally.
Oh man, I bet the kids in town would love to see this.
It would make for a striking picture, I suppose.
Gotta get a good angle.
Taking pictures. Follow the on-screen arrows to point Frey's smartphone at the subject of the picture. Really? We're gonna do landscape or portrait instead of landscape? Ugh, gross. You really don't know how to take pictures. Yeah, do that. Nice shot.
Nice.
Passable.
Hey. Hey. Doing my best. Piece of crap. Let's rely really well. Seven. All right, a couple more times and we're done. 32. 40. It's like the library around.
This looks so different from Damoon.
Madness is like a fingerprint, no two alike, as unique as the individual mind it springs from.
Alright. Yeah. 4 more. Should I make it up? 1, 2.
One more in the bag.
Oh, never mind, I'm done. So now what? Just gonna have to leave. Improve stamina recovery rate and purple magic +1. Oh, okay, so it's a little bit better. Upgrading spells. If you complete a spellcraft challenge, you'll be able to upgrade the related spell in the magic section. When you do so, Frey's overall magical power will also be improved. Take on various challenges and enjoy the benefits they offer. Okay. It's hard to switch them. Okay, so if I already have like the book. Wait, so can I do challenges on any of these? Or maybe you need the books to... maybe I need to buy the books? Flop spoken. I mean...
That'll come in handy.
Some so far, yeah. Oh, didn't press that. Alright, well, I guess that's done. Still kind of stupid you don't get your health back after you respawn. For the next thing. What? This one? Oh, I need tendril first.
We'll pocket this.
Alright, I'll get more.
Why were you so determined to get back to New York?
New York. And because this place is insane.
Now's your chance.
On it!
You are still with me, aren't you?
More or less.
What it wanted by build your power? Head over there. Man, I hate that it doesn't tell me the thing that it wants unless I'm like doing something from one of the other ones. But how you doing, Harriet? Alright, where's it going? Isn't there a camera spot around here? Or is that the only one? Yeah, okay. Why would you even select that? I wasn't even near it. Hey, we can actually kind of jump over things.
I think I maybe ought to run.
I think you may be right.
Okay.
This looks like a big one.
Okay.
Try the new bit.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. We got this.
I don't know what this means with build up power and strike damage.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Oh, maybe I have to do the other
Damn.
one first.
That's it.
I think we could both do with a breather,
Build up
don't
power
you?
and damage enemies, and then the second one will start
Yes.
afterwards. Okay, it all makes sense now. That explains it.
Yeah.
You know, for all the tutorials that this game has for like 4 hours of gameplay.
We might be able to take
Actually,
a nice
no.
picture for those
I'm
kids
still
around
doing
here.
some of the tutorial.
You're the expert.
So 5 hours or so. Why the hell
In
does
the
it
frame
not
we go.
explain little things like that? See, like, why are we doing portrait? Disgusting. Oh, you suck at pictures. Always do landscape. Scooch back.
That's that.
Guess that'll do.
Ha! Wonder what's at the top of this one.
Hopefully not monsters.
Ha! Get in there.
Are you in any fit state to be fighting?
What are you worried about? I'm fine. That'll do it.
Oh, you can chuck things at me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll wait for you to come out.
All done. There it is.
Look out!
Oh, wow, you hit really hard.
Aha! That'll do it. Huh. Ugh. Let me at it. You ready?
Break.
It's progressing to level 2, so I still don't know exactly what to do about that. Hopefully saved after I took that picture there. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Stop it, dude. I'm just trying to read. I gotta redo that part. God damn it. Alright.
What do you say?
Let me get y'all to
Trip
run
to
out
the
the
top.
Please, after you.
They all dead now? Soundless power, uniquely among those of our beloved Tantas, lends itself perfectly to the art of war. She is capable of magically bolstering her strength to such a degree that her gaze alone might turn boulders to dust. And her cries shred steel like paper. Blessed with the power to summon a might so formidable that entire armies would kneel before it. And yet, she rarely has need of it, for her strength and skill are unrivaled even without magical enhancement. That's cool.
Looks like it's
I
about
enjoy
Silas
punching her
powers.
so hard.
Indeed it does.
Just right in the face. The lower area too much.
Huh. What's this?
Disappearing.
Let me guess. Bad guys nearby?
Got it in one.
Yeah. Huh. Huh.
Come and get it. I know you're hungry. Achievement unlocked. So, perform magical parkour for 20 seconds continuously. I've done that so many times.
Got you on your toes now.
Right on for the books. Literally. That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. Here it comes.
Come on. Don't I look yummy?
Let's go! All right. You ready? Let me at it. Here it comes. Yeah. Ooh, that's coming.
Are you all right, Fred?
Yeah, move. Move.
Just about.
Move! What are you doing? Stop getting stuck on everything. Oh my god. She's so bad. Let me climb straight up this thing. No, go around it. But like parkour. Lady.
We got Frey, are you still with me, Frey?
Seriously, I still don't have health. It's been like 40 minutes of not having health. It's getting old. Just a little bit.
It's not much, but you never know.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
Can I finally start doing this? Or is this just gonna keep staring at me and be like, you don't know what you're doing?
Oof, can't wait to give this a test drive.
Now I need to be able to do 1500 damage in 60 seconds, apparently. Stations mentioned have been added. Effects of the break. The break exerts its influence on everything it touches, whether organic or inorganic, but the exact effect varies widely. While the effect on human and animal is easy enough to detect, the changes brought about in other substances are much more subtle, but no less profound. Powers similar to those of the four Tanta's magic have been detected in some minerals. For instance, powers which some have theorized could be harnessed to devastating effect.
Nice. Guess we should pick up some of this stuff if we find it, huh?
Yes, looks like it'll come in very handy indeed. You do like your reading.
Look, piercing attacks on 2 enemies.
This might be a tad tricky.
This
Such
looks
a
so
fancy
different from Janoon.
Madness is like a fingerprint, no two alike, as unique as the individual mind it springs from. Frey, stay with me.
Damn it.
I feel like we've fallen farther from there. And you just decided to fall even harder that time and faceplant for no reason. What the heck was it? There it is. Down. Get down.
Oh, look! A tower!
You seem
Just in
pretty
there,
well
you
for a
doofus.
lump of metal.
Sometimes the contextual talking is just odd. Yes. And then we'll go there next.
When I need to, yes.
Yes. Quite.
Might as well pocket this.
You're not invincible. Remember that.
Tell me something I don't already know. Ah! Yeah! You ready? Whoa!
Ooh, nice try.
Now's your chance.
On it! Ah!
The hell. I thought there were people. Oh crap.
You ready? Yeah! Oh!
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Wish we weren't so slow while charging a spell.
Got him.
I'm sure if that counts as a double. Oh, apparently y'all can jump like 30 feet. Neat.
Bring in the pain!
Crap. Crap.
Yeah!
Come here. Come here. There we go. Vroom, vroom.
Here it comes.
That was a bunch of bullshit.
I don't like the look of this.
I guess I'll just kill you. You guys ain't- Oh, wait. Well, seriously, what?
There's
Oh.
no one around.
That wasn't hard.
Did you do something to annoy them all?
What didn't I do? Shit. Looks like some kind of lock.
Ping. Oh, puzzle locks. That's fun.
That was a cinch. Let's see. What do we got here?
Coins. Oh, one old coin. God dang it. Can't they ever give me some substantial... Like, who just packs away one coin in a chest and says, this is fun?
What?
No! Fancy your chances?
I'll give it my best shot.
Didn't work.
There.
Well, do something.
Partly.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere. That's not doing much. Here it comes.
I'm fine.
I said before, I know they're unblockable, but if he misses, it shouldn't count as hitting. It didn't connect. You know.
Come on. Yeah. Let me at him. This isn't over. Nope, not working.
Think we're in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, need to
Man, I
heal up.
still haven't found more healing. This whole area is just like devoid of anything good. Fuck. Dodge! Oh my god. She's just like, no, I want to keep doing backflips and stay in the same spot. Seriously?
No.
Gosh, so frustrating. Just move. I literally held right to run right. And she's like, I moved slightly to the right. It's like I'm holding the button, bro. Like, yeah, the movement's the biggest fucking thing kicking my ass. I kind of can't stand it in a way.
Looks like everybody showed up.
Might as
Why
well
am I
make the
all
most
the
of
way
the
back
opportunity.
here, man?
Do I have to?
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Get out of the way.
Can you just stop? Can I
Yeah.
stop pressing that?
Now's your chance.
On it!
Got him.
Come on. Come on. This isn't that hard.
Oh, here it comes.
I like how it doesn't count if I get whacked right as it happens. It's like, haha, you didn't hit the double, stupid. No, I did. Right. Left.
Here it comes.
I have a partner.
Well, that was straightforward enough.
Easy for you to say.
Damn it! Why does she keep overcompensating these? Damn it! Jesus. She just like flings herself for no reason. Like, any other area, it's harder to get her to go around the way you want her to. But right here, it's just like, nope, gotta jump over the entire fucking bridge in one leap. Like, look at that. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Also, the one thing I hate about parkour and free running, all the showing off. I know people think it's cool, but ever since Assassin's Creed, I've always been a fan of free running even before that. But like, Assassin's Creed really kind of made it like, free running's cool. And then in more recent Assassin's Creed, they're more like hardcore. You know, adding flips when there doesn't need to be. Just flow through the environment. You don't need to do all the flips. It's not that impressive. To me. That's my personal. I like free running way better. It's a lot more efficient. It's not you jumping off a pole and then randomly doing a backflip because reasons. Which is fine if you want to do it. It's just not for me. Like when I used to do that sort of stuff, I just flowed.
This looks so different from
It's far more impressive to me.
Madness is like a fingerprint.
And to randomly be like, haha, and I dismounted and now I flipped.
The individual mind it springs from.
Okay. Like, I don't know if you guys remember the parkour games, but there's a lot of random flips and shit. I'd rather see professional tag.
This one seems like something of a handful.
Yep, better start pulling your weight.
All right!
This looks like a big one.
Up there. Get up there. What are you doing? Jeez. Like, lacks common sense on how to grab and jump. Come on, get up there.
Shit. Looks like some kind of lock.
A bit harder this time. Or select the other piece. I guess there is no way to select the other piece. You just have to press things. Oh, it's odd. Alright, I'll take it.
At least make it challenging. Let's see. What do we got here?
Still one old coin. So weird to me. Oh yeah, I completely forgot I couldn't reach it last time. What made me think I was gonna reach it this time? There it is. Easy peasy. Alright, let's get that. What's this supposed to be? Oh yeah, fires the seeds into them. I might try that later on. But for now, I'm gonna stick to what I got.
Wait, what's that? Ready?
You've seen monuments already. Why are you acting like you've never seen it before?
Why are you so determined to get back to Newark?
New York.
We've already established
And
this.
because
Like, the chatty thing is weird that doesn't mark down, hey, we've said this. Like he started saying New York properly in the other cutscenes. Go that way? Oh my god.
right on the money.
Trash.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
Huh. What's this?
Hey, more zombies. Perfect.
Felt that.
Do something. That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, this one. I accidentally did at some point. Cool.
Onward and upward. Got one for ya.
Now's your chance.
On it. Whoa. Think that's all of them.
Seems like it. Nice work.
dodges.
Damn.
It would help if you guys could actually hit me. Oh, now you do. And I'm like, alright, I don't need to dodge. How do those not count as evasions? Come on, guys.
Whoa!
15, 16.
Whoa!
Use. Come on.
I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not? Let me at him.
Come on, get up there. Fucking shit. That's what I mean. This fucking movement's dumb as fuck. It's literally called a parkour, like... Oh my god. Climb the fucking slide up. Like, it's a tiny little step up. Why can't you fucking do it? I hate video games that do this shit. Where it's just like, oh, sorry, that's up to my shin. I can't do it. Like, no fucking reason. God fucking damn it. Do I have to redo both of them? Because I'm gonna fucking shit a brick if I have to do both of them. Fucking kidding me. Oh, okay, it's just the piercing attack.
Oh!
I may not be able to protect you as well as I usually do.
Great. That's all I need.
Up there. What the fuck?
Let me at him.
It's not much, but you never know.
Ah!
You're not invincible. Remember that.
Tell me something I don't already know.
It requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Getting kinda sore.
Quick breather.
Look how long
Looks
I
like
think
the
I've
coast is
gone
clear.
without healing.
Let's not get careless.
Like, I still haven't found any healing stuff anywhere around here. Even inside this whole ass tower, there was nothing. But I do think the books are up here. Which reminds me. I left up a dodgy move. Like, did it at least credit most of them? Or do I have to restart from like 5? Yeah, I had to restart from 5.
Gonna get a lot of use out of this.
Just be more efficient. Just jog. Because she's trying way too hard. Like, just so talking about such a waste of movement. Like, it's just a faster sprint. That's all I want. It's a faster sprint.
Anything intriguing?
Defeat 10 enemies that are vulnerable to Frey's magic. Yeah, it's like all of them. Defeat the final enemy in a battle. Easy.
This looks like it'll be worth my while.
Alright.
Frey!
No.
Did it on purpose.
Yeah.
Give me that mana. I know I saw it. Give me. Oh. See, like a sheep over here. Just like an evil sheep that wants to eat my face. There's a tower over there as well. Are we cool? Oh no, you don't look cool at all.
Watch your step. Ugh. Right on the money. We got this.
Fine.
Thinking of making something?
Thank you. Finally, I can heal. Let's see how many healing draughts are in here, though, before I make more. Oh, what the hell? A troop of soldiers. Oh, wait, so this was 924. 3877. So this was before the bullcrap, I think. Or, you know, around the time. A troop of soldiers were dispatched to a village in the far-flung corner of Prenost to further investigate the miasma. Certain of the villagers had come into contact with the mysterious mist and began to lose their memories, assailed by terrifying visions all the while. Their affliction only worsened, and after several days... God dang, why do I only have hiccups when I start reading? After several days, they had grown frenzied and uncontrollably violent, attacking friends and neighbors indiscriminately. Soldiers stepped in to protect the people, but their bravery availed them not. Each and every one of them was killed. I mean, get good at killing. Losers. Location mentioned have been added to the world map. Cool. North Refuge. Dianthus Wood Refuge.
What are we in the mood for today?
It's reading time. Oh, I'm still at 5 out of 25. Okay. What's the base attack? Shot. Okay. Attack 35 enemies while doing parkour. Yeah, I'll do that later then. Okay.
Might as well pocket this.
Let's grab a rest. Alright, that's gonna be it for me today. I'll come back to this tomorrow. Slot 2. Oh, never mind. Alright, anyways, yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. I hope you all had fun. Keith Amalor, thank you for that follow over on Facebook Gaming. Don't really use that page for streaming anymore, but I do sometimes post funny memes there. But if you want all that, just go to Discord. My Discord is covered in the memes. Yeah, so wasn't too bad. That last bit was frustrating, the movement just kicking my ass. Getting stuck on things is just really obnoxious. But other than that, it's been Beard. Later. Dad advice for today. Dad advice is make sure you take your senzu beans. If you're feeling low and you've gotten your butt kicked during battle, make sure you take one of those lovely handy dandy senzu beans that everyone seems to have, yet there's not ever enough of them. Just take one, shove it in your face, chew it up, you're good to go. You can be in like 5 more fights after that. But have a great night. It's been Beard. Later.